morning. All righty. I think we are live, ladies and gentlemen. So good morning. Today, you're kind of giving back a little bit of yesterday, but it's not like yesterday you were going up for any crazy reason. Oh, it's not like yesterday was just a little bit of calmness, not much headlines. So, and then again, the data didn't get in the way. We have Jerome Powell tomorrow. There's going to be a big conversation that's actually going to happen between now and the next hour and a half between Donald Trump and Putin. We've heard a little bit about that even right now before I just went live here. There's a Wall Street Journal report that the Trump team is exploring a simplified plan for reciprocal tariffs. So we may hear a little bit more, but when it's all said and done, I hope you guys are ready for real volatility. I know the VIX is lower, but the way we have been moving, it has not really been on any real major catalyst. So get ready for all of it until we get to Powell in April. But that being said, we got a little bit until we begin, and now we have some plays. So I'm going to be watching FedEx, Micron, Nike. I already have plays on all of those except for Nike. Well, I have an old one, but those are for earnings. Watch Adobe. They have Adobe, Box, and GLW. They have investor meetings, Ralph Lauren, positive earnings. Watch Nvidia for GTC, BTU, and ARLP. There was coal, and there was positive comments out of Trump on coal. Then watch KWeb and LMT, and then Reddit. We'll see if we could get a follow-up from yesterday. Other than that, we will see where it goes. Oh, damn. And then Weeble just offered me a fuck ton of money to promote. Wow, I didn't see that. Well, that being said, fuck Weeble. But if you guys are here right now, I just told you my place. Let's have a great Tuesday. Post it in the chat, baby. What do you got for me? What do you got for me? They're offering me money and sports tickets, bro. I'm like, what? Post your play, baby. Meta puts, Nike calls, Tesla shares, Tesla puts, Walmart puts, long-term, UVXY, short Tesla, LMAO. I'll take the basketball tickets, Tesla, Baidu, buy Nvidia, Nucor calls, selling the rest of Kava, long-term chilling, Apple pop, cash in the long-term, Intel calls, Tesla, long-term, VIX, MSTR put in the money, app short calls on the Peach, Baidu calls, Chatadonia, MSTR, Intel puts, Peach, Tesla, Trump coin, Tesla riding, Tesla 220, Intel calls, Adobe weekly 420 in the final plays. DG call, Silver, E-Hang, Reddit, Neo, and MPW calls. Let's go. Perfect timing. So, Chad, we got about 30 seconds. Call out any plays. You got any questions? You let me know. Oh, and then the wire. Sorry. It broke. I don't know how it broke, but I think I broke it purposefully. I did. That was my fault. My bad. Anyways, God bless you all. Let's have a good one. And, yeah, get ready. Within the next hour and a half, you will hear the Trump and Putin. And then, again, the reciprocal tariff headline. That's moving you. And then Fitch also downgraded U.S. economy. Round one. Fight. I don't even know if it's like a downgrade, but it was something of that nature. Damn, Meta's down. I can't get a break on those Metas. Every other big tech we hit, none of the Metas will. Oh, Micron's already moving. That could just be the premiums, though. Nvidia puts are coming back. So we'll see. Again, that GTC. I was talking about those puts all day yesterday. So we'll see how those play. Watch even FedEx as well. Spreads are very wide to start. Baidu, old Baidu plays are back. So be very careful. Baidu, you could do them, but, I mean, the premiums are, like, insane. So just keep that in mind. But that's fired by it. Baba's actually on the low. Again, take a note on coal plays. Donald Trump and the coal headlines. You might want to go with shares on that. CGC, your tech. I'll check that play in a little if you could give me some time. I want to go through a couple of things, my brother. And then we will be ready to go. There's FedEx, GLW. Again, GLW has investor meeting today. So does Adobe. Be careful with the Adobe. I flipped those yesterday, but I think, honestly, if you want to play Adobe today, just be careful, but those move a lot. I'm telling you, man, my Adobe play yesterday, I only made 20%, but that thing moved down 50, 60% really quick. So I don't know. Adobe's kind of expensive, but I think I'm going to play it again. I'm going to just wait till these fucking die. Just the two of us. Yeah, we'll give it a sec. Tiger on the high. MO, watch value. You guys remember yesterday. So value, it's kind of hard to tell. Honestly, value's not bad. It's barely down, but considering how deep everything is in the red, it's a sign, but I think it's too early to say that you're going to get that rotation. Tesla shares down 4. RBC trims price target. Oh, what the fuck happened to Morgan Stanley? Yeah, why Morgan Stanley is not showing up on the options, even though banks are gapping up. Why is that? Take note of that. Yeah, Morgan Stanley chain isn't open. Tell me when it does. Micron chain is a little lower. FedEx is waking up. FedEx spreads are massive. Apple rip. RBC, it's a analyst group for like a fund. Yeah, Apple's going up by 0.45. Again, Nvidia is still down by 1. SPY down 0.5. There's Palantir on the high. Google's trying to come up. Amazon's down 1.5. There's Google. Honestly, it's not that bad. Yeah, I don't know why. Morgan Stanley, banks are doing good, but the chains are not opening up. And then bonds chilling. Robinhood's continuing and Coinbase. Then there's TME. Baidu's going up 104. So Baidu's ripping even while Baba's not doing much. Oh, I forgot about Capital One and Visa. Bruh. So literally, yeah, Morgan Stanley chain will not open. Again, XLV is doing great. SPY working its way up. You got another bank on the high, Citi. Again, NASDAQ's down 3/4. So it's kind of nuts. Bitcoin trying to pop. Or Google is. There's Baba on the low. Let's see. Nvidia trying to move. Yeah, bro. Financials are going crazy. So stupid. I want my Morgan Stanley to work. Gold being revalued. I wouldn't really fall for that, but I just think there's other things that without any extreme thesis, there's just a lot of things that make sense with gold going up right now, if that makes any sense. So you don't even have to repricing of gold and valuation. It's just straight up. They kind of benefit in literally every scenario. That's a scam. Those Morgan Stanleys are only up 8%. Little fuckers. Oh, excuse me. All right, you got your first little red there of the day. Yeah, what the hell is that? They open up the chains and then just start dumping? Scammers. All right, I sold out of my Morgan Stanleys. I'm taking 10%. Like I said yesterday, I like that play a lot, but I don't like how I position. Stevens. What up, baby? U.S. stocks extend fall. NASDAQ down 1. What the hell just happened? Why is that hitting my wire? So literally, we just dropped 2% or literally 1% out of nowhere. Yeah, bro, my Nvidia puts are green now. So that's so wild considering those puts were very, though I held them for over a week. So you would think they would have got time decayed out there, but they're holding up very, very well. So honestly, we should get ready for those because we can make a move. Here's the casters in the sand. Tesla again. Tesla got the downgrade there. Oh, I haven't checked Monster, but crypto's doing pretty hot right now. Go, go, go. All right, I sold my Nvidia puts 20%. I'm going to reposition, but again, that was a lot of them. Like I'm saying, that play shouldn't really. That play is more susceptible to dying, so I'm gonna take that value. Crypto bleeding. ED. I mean, Hightaker has a couple of things. Let's see. But, I mean, you are starting off with pressure this morning, and then it's kind of bleeding in here to the early morning. But let me get I haven't looked at SPYs yet. I'll have levels for you guys in a little bit. But because again, we're going to have some events. China wants to boost high-level exchanges with France, says Wang. China foreign minister in phone call with foreign advisor to French president. China is willing to strengthen high-level exchanges and strategic cooperation, jointly safeguard true multilateralism. Okay, Nvidia is really dumping. Again, China, SPY's down by 0.6 now, and now the Dow is red. So again, look at staples. They're going down, but they're holding up. But it's not showing yet, but technically you do got a little bit of an advantage on the staples. MPW's coming up. I like that one still, bro. It's just hard to find a good play after we flip those. Reddit clap. TLT is getting a bid. That might. It's 0.3. You got a little bit more to go. I didn't need that. One of those. Okay, those dropped. Oh, yeah. Qualcomm is going to have something today, too. That's why we had those plays. Staples XLP, consumer staples. Discover plays are moving again, so watch. Remember, you had that news yesterday. Baidu spreads are tightening. I think that's kind of interesting. A firm dying? Hot dog. I want these, but they won't go up. China foreign minister willing to work with France to safeguard international trade. Current situations of great positive significance of China and Europe to resolve specific economic and trade frictions through consultations. SPY going lower. Tesla even dropping further. Actually, that might be the easy one. What am I saying? Tesla's already down 5, but, there might be a play there. So I'm looking for something else. Let me see. But I'd keep eyes on Tesla. Intel on the high ticker? No way. Yeah. So watch. Intel's starting to take off too. And then SPY still going lower. Bonds up. Again, bigger tech is selling off. So just remember yesterday how that played out. Yeah, Meta, Microsoft, Nvidia, they're all coming down now. TME, look at even VWAP's like coming down sharply. What the fuck are these, bro? Yeah, they're already up 100%. Fuck. Oh, those aren't bad, actually. All right. I have some good out-of-the-money ones. I hate them, though. But they're not as bad. I'm going to just start with one because then we're going to have to get back in later or wait. Good, good, good. Let it get clapped a little. Macron, French military will get more Rafale orders. No headlines. No. Just like yesterday. But get ready, though, because right now it's about, I think it's like 6 something Russia time. But within the first 2 hours of the open, that's when we're expected to hear from Putin and Trump. There's Qualcomm on the high. Like I told you, they got an event. We had one of those. SRPT, Uber, Tesla. SPY's coming up. That just knocked the VWAP. That's kind of crazy. VWAP like sharply dropped by $1.50 there. Did I buy that? Nope. Wait, did I? I did. Barclays CFO says U.S. cards business showing resilience in face of political uncertainty. All right. Broadcom on the high. I think they're supposed to bring the astronauts back. That's what he said. Humana holding. Remember, all the hospitals and everything else was killing it. Bro, financials are doing great. I sold out of Morgan Stanley. If those ever come down, we'll reposition. There's Baidu above 105 now. Wow. Reddit is dead. Dude, isn't that crazy? You guys remember that? Dude, we flipped that yesterday, but oh, man, I'm glad I didn't double dip. Why is Google dumping? So you're getting a dump on Google right now. Couple of things. I just made a play, but no, I'm going individual names. I want another one too. Now SPY getting a little bit bigger. So I literally haven't even looked at SPY premiums yet. Today I have to check, but we might be focusing on individual names. So let's give it a second till we find something, but Apple big red. Tesla, Reddit. Equal weight is down by 0.3. Hot dog. All right. One. Now let's go to the SPY. So I made one downside play, one upside play on individual names. And then now let's look where our SPY is going to take us. So again, I mean, you guys remember the levels from yesterday. So that's equal weight is down by 0.3. We're down by 1 now. You actually have a gap to fill, but 5, 6, 2, 1, that's fucking crazy. So yeah, that means you're just doing the little 5609 again and then the 55. So you guys know this range. None of the levels to the downside are new. Just going to be a matter of kind of how we move. But yeah, already down 1 right there. So let's see. Qubits on the high. I think a lot of those are actually kind of work. Premiums are really expensive right now. Yeah, so imagine all those moves yesterday. They lowered some of them, but you had a lot of premiums kind of like run up yesterday. So that's the only scary part about this now is that some of these premiums might you might have that hangover where they still got to kind of work through what happened yesterday. And there's Tesla chilling. Reddit's on the low. Probably should have held the Nvidias, but I don't think they went up too much more. Okay, there's Tesla. Again, puts are still up, but it's trying to move. Let me see here. Actually, NASDAQ's down more, huh? Tesla shares last down 6. What the fuck is the date today? The 18th? Oh, they scammed me. Intel above 26. That's great. All right, let's see if we go any lower here. I mean, you got a little bit more. NASDAQ down by 1.5. 5,617. This is going to be one level. Otherwise, you get 10 more points down. And then I think we're going to either level out or really, really get ugly. Bitcoin flushing. Verizon on the high. So pay attention to XLP and Staples. See if we actually, get that move. Bonds on the watch list? No, I did not. All right. Where's banks? XLP is down. So now everything's kind of sold off. And then you have Russell down 1, NASDAQ the worst at 0.1, and then SPY just under it. You say qubits, which one? Just qubits. I don't know. I'm not too involved in them, so whichever quantum one starts moving. All right, financials. A lot of things got a bid there. I mean, you're still kind of in the gulag. Again, equal weight's not doing as bad, but now that was kind of its own little move there. China says revolving trade dispute with EU via talks is important. I look at the VIX and the UVXY. I mean, I'm not making any like specific plays on them, but as of lately, when the volatility rises and everything else, I mean, we have been looking at it. Reddit and Google plummeting, like low key. They just flashed. Reddit was already down. There's Google again. Google's down too. Actually, kind of crazy. And then IR, Alcoa. Oh, Meta. I didn't see that one. Oh, fuck. All right, see, you got a little bit of movement there, but like I say, if that one don't work, you're going to flush another 10 points. So 56.17 or 56.07. Yeah, the Wise news. I thought people would have liked it because they tried to buy them and then they couldn't. Bro, Reddit flushing. That was crazy from yesterday. I can't believe that one. But yeah, and then bonds starting to come down. I don't know if you guys noticed that too. I mean, yesterday as we've been declining, the bonds would come up. So it's kind of hard to tell the relationship on today. Intel is a beast. Let's see. And then Meta, bro. Meta's been struggling. Like I'm saying, that's the only one I haven't been able to catch a break on. Even yesterday, I was only one red in the long term. FI, they're up. So bonds a little lower. Again, premiums are dancing around. Tesla premiums are higher, believe it or not. Maloney, I'm not too sure if it's good to respond to U.S. tariffs with EU tariffs. Perfect. So yeah, Italy, that's a positive comment, very subtle. I have two Tessies. Where's Nvidia? It's so weird, bro. The Tesla premiums are already up, but they're holding. It's actually terrible. I don't know how to describe it. And then now index premiums are dying further. Nasdaq's going down lower. Again, Tesla is ramping. VIX is on the high out of nowhere. So take notice. VIX was kind of like gently moving up, but this isn't like that crazy. You had more of it on the gap up, but take notice if that starts going through. You're near the low. VIX on the high while bonds trying to catch a bid. I don't look at the TSLL ones. I've never really played those. I played Amazon. There's Nvidia on the low. Again, Reddit, then SMCI as well. Not too bad. Yeah, FI was going up there. Hood flush? I thought Hood was going up. Yeah, they're down 5. Now Coinbase and Microsoft, Meta, all of big tech. Look at the Qs. So that one's not working out. The Tesla's hooking you up. The other ones aren't. Where are we? Yeah. So 5617 again. I think again 5609, and then the Qs I think go down to there's like one more level. Where is it? Yeah, so this will be it. 473. Otherwise, they're going to really tank. So, yeah, we either bounce off this little zone on both SPY and NASDAQ, or it opens up the door to really just giving up all of yesterday. So, be on notice. Guild, the high ticker, low ticker is still running. Yeah, dude, Google keeps flushing. Give it 5 more minutes and let me get you guys a checkup. Because remember yesterday, like, you kind of knew what was going on pretty easily. Okay, premiums are kind of dying on that, but you're still near the low. Putin concluded closed door meeting. Hot dog. EXE. So again, we haven't heard anything. And then you had good things out of Maloney. That was Italy, but now they're saying the closed door meeting is over between Donald Trump and Putin, and we haven't heard a word. And then, bro, those Qualcomms are up 50. I see that one keeps moving. And then SPY going lower now. More Google sell, man. That one's crazy. Okay, now Nvidia as well. So you're down 1.7 now on the NASDAQ. It's only been about 20 minutes. So in the 20 minutes, you remember yesterday was a big day, but you've already sold off, X amount. And then a couple of the earnings are starting to move. The hell is this? Okay, spoil a little lower. There's Nvidia. PCG. Again, the high ticker has a couple of inverses there, but you're still going lower. Now bonds higher as well. Jensen Keynote at 1. Belois Helvetia have been exploring combinations. Belois and Helvetia. No idea what those two are. Again, SPY or Google keeps flushing. SPY near the low again. There's the bones. Okay, where are those at? So, dude, Google, I think Google is going to kind of be there, but then your Nvidia and then Tesla, too. These are all adding pressure. I think Google is because they're buying a company. And then remember, just like yesterday, big tech, general health, that kind of determines your risk on or risk off. So we'll see. Like I said, give me 2 more minutes. I'm going to get you guys a checkup. We'll see what the composition is, and then we should have an idea. CCI, Verizon. All right, bonds are starting to get a little bit more. Does anybody know Belois? Belois and Helvetia. Again, there's a headline there, SMCI on the low. Again, a couple of communication names, staples are starting to go. All right, so take note here. If we dump from here, staples might run. That's a good sign, but not really. But, bad in the sense the market might go down. Good in the sense we're kind of noticing a point here. But if staples go green off any lows, that's where we're going to start moving. If don't do it yet, though. We're waiting. But that's something I would be eyeing right here, right now. And then have we hit the other level? No, 5611 is kind of the high end. Otherwise, 5607. You got like another 5-7 points down. And then NASDAQ is either going to fill the gap from 2 days ago or NASDAQ should bounce here. It's tough. Oh, shit. Good morning, Apple. I got rid of those apples, but Apple is still one that we don't know. And then watch, like I said, staples. See what they end up doing. Apple is going up. It sucks because you have Apple trying to make a move, and then you have Google just getting mollywopped. That, my friend, is the only problem. And then those qualities are holding. Coca-Cola, Verizon are staples, yes. Just go look through the index or ask ChatGPT, and I think it'll guide you a little bit more in that. All right, still going down, though. None of those are holding. Balois. I might have to look back at those Tessies. Yeah, Tesla's still going down. Dollar General now. Weren't they down? They've been going back and forth. Bonds new high. SPY back to 560. Remember, you hit 569 yesterday. So 5608, give it a little bit more, and then, yeah, we see where we go from here, my brethren. So, again, if we don't hold here, you're going to flush 5,600, give up another 100 points. I mean, last time we did that was last Monday, I believe. So, you guys remember that? That's what I was saying from yesterday. But, yeah, I think last time you moved up 100 points, gap down, and then, killed it down, that was Monday. It was like one of these little gapping craps. So, yeah, this should be either level 1. Otherwise, it does get a little bit more crazier here. And then VIX is still lower, though. In an odd way, the VIX is only at 22 after giving up 100 points in 24 hours. Very fascinating. Again, SPY near the low there. Watch Meta now on the low. Again, staples, they wanted to come up, but they're not now. Financials are doing good in the beginning, but they gave that back up. And like I said, Google, I think, is adding a lot of pressure now on the market. You haven't really worried about Google. The last couple of days, it's been Apple, maybe Microsoft, but Apple, Meta, Nvidia. Now you got young Google here causing all the drama. Oh, Nvidia, too, at 115. Oh, where is Intel? There's Tesla off the bottom, a little bit more volume. Bonds are kind of getting violent here, so watch. So now bonds want to go green, and you're getting some of your bigger candles in succession here right now. So lock and load it, man. Let's see what happens. Where is Intel? 25.75, not bad. I think you need an ARM on the low. ARM is flushing. Hey, yo, check ARM. What do we got there? It doesn't look too crazy. It just looked nuttier on the low ticker, but still. Oh, I haven't looked at crude oil. And then, dude, ES looks hideous. There's this SPY. I mean, again, 5608. Oil is dumping, still in the green. Gold at 30.38 on futures. Wild. Canada getting clobbered and Mexico clobbered as well. So, honestly, nothing looks good in currency land. All right, that little move, bro, that brought up premiums and then slashed them again. It's not like yesterday, but you're little by little, if you don't get any sort of move here, these little back and forths are slowly chipping away at premium. I mean, it has been 30 minutes. And now, that being said, let's see what we got. So Dow Jones, 8 names in the green, 22 in the red. UNH, J&J, Chevron, JP Morgan, Apple, Nike in the green. But yeah, most of the names are red on the Dow. NASDAQ 100, 15 names in the green, 85 of them in the red. And then S&P 500, 161 green, 341 in the red. So everything's already red. That means it's either the pressure stays down or all of this shit that's down has a lot of opportunity to come up. But, you know, yesterday you were kind of moving down, but most of the names were up. So now it's like the momentum across all indexes are going lower. Driving to work, baby. Drive safely. Enjoy it, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. And yeah, you guys, you don't need to really like the video anymore. I don't care anymore. I don't think you guys, I'm not tying any perks to it. So, and I think YouTube claps us no matter what. Other than that, though, you got the, you can become a member. But you already are one, so we're good, baby. We're good. You bought 100 TQQs. Wow. Well, good luck, brother. I don't know. Again, we got a couple positive headlines out of Maloney. That was it. And then the meeting between Trump and Putin is over, but we haven't necessarily got any info. I do it for the love, baby. I love you, man. You got the law term, because that's how the love manifests, you know? The best way to do it. Marshall, man. What up, Marshall? Are you Marshall Mathers? All right, speaking of all of this, let's see the long term. From the long term. All right, again, most of the market is down. Oh, not bad. Not bad. Okay, nice on the high. CVS running now, too. Again, that little arm freak out was kind of ugly. Yeah, CVS just popped 30 cents. Again, Qualcomm, like I'm telling you from yesterday, those things are like holding up in a very, very odd way. And then again, the FedExes are climbing. Who's the other one? Tesla. So hold on, though. You're not getting out of that. Like I'm telling you, this is one of the levels, but let's just see if we're kind of sticky towards the low. This is no good. Again, currencies are not favorable. China names coming down now. I see JD. Tesla wants to come back up. It could be FOMC jitters. I mean, that's what I think towards the end of the day. You're just going to feel it regardless. So, but, you know, for now, There's just a lot of momentum, a lot of movement. Even yesterday, we went up for no damn reason. So, in the same respect, you could do a lot of movements without, don't be catalyst dependent, more or less. All right. All right, that's your decent balance. If it stops at VWAP, though, you're going to get just smashed back down, unfortunately. And then look at Google, though. So, again, everything else starts to go. Let's see if we could leave Google in the dust. But just like yesterday, you don't want to watch. I remember when Apple was doing that. So the only difference is you have more names that are down than not. All right, not bad. Just watch Google, man. I think Google and Nvidia, and then Nvidia doesn't happen till 1. So, I mean, you still got a little bit of time there. That's like the only problem. SPSB. I like the Tesla. I think Tesla's an individual play up or down. I flipped a put earlier, but I got out of it. I don't like the premium. The premiums are up a lot, but I like Tesla. It's moving a lot. It's in the middle of the story. And watch out, you guys, though, too, because SPY, QQQ, even individuals, these moves, bro, when you go from bottom to top, if you come back down, this is where the premiums die. It's not on anything else. But when you go up and it doesn't continue the move and changes that trajectory, that's where the premiums really get slashed. Apple Ripper. It sucks. You have Apple ripping, but then you have Google and Nvidia with the pressure. I think the premium was a little more vicious yesterday, but today might be a little deceptive on the depending on how it plays out. Charlie Schwab. The premium's up on Tesla. Why not collect the premium? Because I don't want to be exposed to the volatility. So, and then if I sold the right premium, it would only offer me like $100. I could probably make more flipping a cheap one. But I'm not opposed to it. Just tighten up the range. Wouldn't this volatility be better for futures? So we've discussed it once a week probably over the last 2 or 3 weeks, because last time, this is how I discovered the futures. Last time in 2022, when the market was dropping with the VIX, it wasn't paying out. So I pivoted to the futures. So right now we got a lot of volatility. I said it yesterday. Until the options break again for me, I'm going to keep using them, and then I'm going to go right to the futures. But for now, I've been hitting very well with these, and I like it because I have a limited downside, but I do think this is an optimal environment for futures. However, you are exposed to a lot more swings. You know what I'm saying? That's all you got to be careful of right now, because we're not moving in a normal range. We're moving very volatile, one of the fastest corrections. So as long as you got the gut for that and are aware, that's it. But just don't get clapped for no reason. And that's why I'm just going really small. Some plays are like $100, but even then I'm flipping out of them very quick. But like I'm saying, futures are optimal, but the thing that comes with that is the risk. So you just got to balance the two. Write it down, 50 from the highs. The spreads are just not worth it unless you just want guaranteed wins. That's it. The spreads, I would not do a spread with a high range. Just trade a fucking future. You see what I'm saying? I would not try to sell premium and expose myself to a 500% loss or something, you know? That's it. But then it's smaller gains. I don't use a stop loss. Now, I'll get out of them on some of them when they're dailies as of lately, but that's why I just go with a small amount. If you control the price, you don't need a stop loss. That candle, are you saying ew to the candle or Edwards Life Sciences? But they're going up because healthcare. Again, healthcare is an interesting one. That one wants to be the staples of the day. Maloney, we believe France, UK proposal is good. Yeah, EW, speaking of the devil. And then CVS keeps going. And then Discover 2. SPY's just holding on. This is just chopping premiums. It's not as bad as yesterday, though. That's kind of the crazy part. I do think, once again, though, big tech is weighing. Google's just plummeting into the lows. Pressure on Tesla's already down 6, but yeah, that's coming down now too. Nvidia goes, yeah, it's going to be hard to keep the SPY up. You got Apple holding, but yeah, if Apple comes down and Nvidia hits a low, we should probably flush the 5,600. XLV, watch XLV and XLP. Those could be your things to buy if we keep dumping. That's what I'm looking for, but we're not getting it today. But usually when that happens, we hit. Good morning, baby. Jake from State Farm. Amen, baby. Amen. You are blessed and highly favored. How you living, man? Good morning. Tesla flush. Sure the hell does. So, again, you have like 3 big tech names just all dying right now. So, I don't think that's going to help. Google just bought a $30 billion company. So, that's why it's probably dumping. Because shareholders aren't a fan of that. Not to mention just all the general tech weakness. So we'll see. Okay, SPY near the low. Back to that 5707. Again, NASDAQ, if this doesn't hold on the NASI, you could really, really dump. Well, you have the media saying they overpaid and they raised the offer by $10 billion from last time they couldn't close the deal. Look at equal weights holding, though. So equal weight wants to turn around here. I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe a little extra flush. Equal weight turns around first. But then again, like I'm saying, it's these are just crucial levels here. We haven't heard nothing from the Putin thing. So, yeah, we'll see. Something about leaving Yemen alone. I think his thing was just the Crimea and then the war stuff. But that might be too big of an ask for Ukraine. All right, going lower. So get ready. It's just fire. Look at the bonds, too. We got to find a signal. And currencies are murdered. So that's another part. You're not getting any love from there. You're actually 2 points above, 3 points above the level. Coming back down. Bonds are trying to pick up. NASDAQ down 1.9 now. SPY down 1.1. Dow only 0.5, but still in the red. And then VIX back to 22, but much lower than where we have been at. Yeah, Meta just can't get a bid. But then again, Meta was the leader at the beginning of the year. That's why I find it odd. But like you guys remember when everything was dumping, Meta went crazy. It just equal and opposite reactions. And then now it just cannot hold for the life of it. Like I'm saying, everything went up in our long term yesterday except for Meta. No, I think Google will get the deal. I just don't think investors like the spending. So look, you get that little wick, but once again, big tech, man, it's still adding the pressure. Not all of it. Intel on the high. So that one's starting to go. MP Dub. Yeah, Intel's waking up, bro. Intel back above 26. All right, and then Radius on the high. SPY's trying to fight. Honestly, the premium destruction yesterday was worse. I think that's the funniest part about today. And then Tesla down 7, 2250, bro. What the fuck is this? Oh, Tessie. Okay, SPY still, it won't get out of here, though. You look, every time you, like, get a little green, and that's what kills the premiums. But, though, you're, like, getting a little green, and then you're just getting batted down in a second. So, again, it feels like a more aggressive version of yesterday, as odd as that may sound. But, because remember, yesterday, you kind of were just, like, dancing around. But, like, this is just a fat sell. It's aggressive, and then we haven't even gotten any of the anticipated headlines we were waiting on. And more Google. Well, wait. I mean, I think we'll know more if we start getting some headlines. Italy to carefully assess option of extra borrowing to boost defense spending under EU proposal. Bro, Google's still flushing. Again, Nvidia as well. That's going to be later in the day. Intel is doing great. Yeah, Intel is legitimately ignoring everything. So take note now. In the midst of all this, you've heard a lot of big tech going down, but Intel is climbing. Watch the bonds as it's correlating with the SPY, a.k.a. candles are going down while bonds are catching a bid. And like I told you, most of the market is down. You have 80% in the red, so it's a direct flip-flop of what we dealt with yesterday. And we're off to the low. So, again, VIX climbing. That's going to take. Now, that one right there is going to move the premiums down. Only $200 and I could buy a Tesla. Hey, man, I appreciate you, though. You know that? At least you talking, like, good prices to me. You know what I'm saying? You like, at least you feel me, TJ. Somebody feel me, bro. Amen, bro. Amen. I want that real Black Friday sale, not none of this foo-foo 5% off shit. Tell me it's the biggest sale of the year. No, I want that $20 Tesla, bro. They don't feel me. They don't feel me. Amen. Amen. Google flush, glush. Is that the term? Glush? All right, man. Popper again. I think bonds, low-key, though. Bonds have had, even though bonds have been, like, weird, they kind of tell you what's happening intraday. So, like, the bonds just can't help but catch a bid on the lows now. So, let's see. That might be your answer. And then watch Intel now. That's the first one starting to melt up here. So, I'd pay attention, my brethren. Yeah, those metas scam, bro. I can't get a break on a meta, bro. All right, you're trying to go up. Yeah, maybe Euro close, but we got a long time till Euro. It's only been an hour. You guys know we've literally only been here for 1 hour. Look at, damn it. I wanted a Tesla call. Fuck, I whiffed it. I literally had it up on screen. Bro. I went up 20%. Yeah, you're bouncing there. So let's see. It's mad early, bro. We have a lot of time left. So that's why I'm saying, like, this is aggressive. Yesterday was nothing, but then it felt massive underneath the surface. Today, you're just like, that was a fast-ass move for what it was. So let's see where it leads us. But then again, it's literally been 1 hour on the books. Myrna's on the high. Watch if Pfizer goes. See if this SPY really breaks out or not. By breakout, I mean get back to like maybe right around here, 562. That would probably be your true VWAP. But if you can't get past there, you're still in there. Tesla, Microsoft strike deal to sell Microsoft display ads. Or so Tesla and Microsoft, you got a deal, something from Oracle right now. So be on the lookout for that. Yeah, bro, them premiums though, I'm honestly like, I'm not that. The premiums are way better than yesterday. I think it's because it's only been an hour. So like they'll move down, but like they'll come back up on a real move. So I'm kind of surprised. Oh, Taboola, not Tesla. Oh, Taboola. Oh, Taboola. Oh, I say you sell a Microsoft ad with a Tesla. Taboola. Oh, Capital One on the high. All right, man, it's kind of, you got to get right above here. If you get above 561.60, I'll be the highest you've been in like 30, 40 minutes, believe it or not. Let's see volume. You're still down 1%. Bonds are coming up, though, so I don't like that, like I've been telling you. Volume's only 11 million, not the highest, not the lowest. Got the Italy headline. Dude, not bad. Where is Baba and Baidu? Okay, your bond's still up. It might be one of them pump facts. EW, CCI, Crown Castle. That one keeps going up. We saw TM yesterday. Yeah, VIX is up, but it's barely at 22. The VIX itself. So remember, we got above it yesterday, or we got below 22, that fear zone. And then right now, literally within 1 hour of this day, fall right back into it. TNXP. Staples and healthcare want to go up, but they're not moving yet. There's the Qs. Yeah, so Nasdaq's still down 175. Small cap, no play. Yeah, it's been halted a couple times, up 67. MSTR is waking up. I don't know. We haven't heard any. So the Trump call is over. So they had a closed door meeting or something, and then the phone call. And we had the report at the end of it, but I don't see anything. We have not heard a word. Rivian, I think, is up because everyone's shitting on Tesla. You gotta love Wall Street, man. I'm watching them all shit on Tesla because of the politics, and then they will upgrade Lucid and Rivian. It's the funniest shit ever. So they're kind of just like trying to subtly benefit off of Tesla failing. Not even failing, just Elon tweeting. But yeah, it makes no damn sense. I mean, I'm not interested in any of them. I'm not even interested in Tesla until they go to 20, but yeah. Well, I think they're saying, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Elon considering stepping down from the board now? Because like everyone keeps harassing him. And then take note, bonds up, SPY up too. SPY's technically red, but they're both red. See what they do here. But yeah, weren't they saying that Elon might step down just to limit exposure? Oh, yeah, bro. I see Rivians everywhere, bro. Everywhere. That's what I said. That's why I've always kind of, I entertain them, but I'm not necessarily, like, sold on them. And it's just really their financial. Look at bonds high while SPY was up there. What's Gulf? Akushnit. There's no solid that Elon is considering stepping down. So just rumor. I heard people talking about it over the weekend. Rivians look really nice. Slow your roll, Christina. I just said I see them everywhere. They're decent. They're decent. I think they look like RoboCop. I just see them everywhere. Pfizer pop in again. Myrna was already up. Now you got MSTR, bonds down, SPY up. So yeah, MSTR and Pfizer, big candles right now. Again, we've literally been here for under 1 hour, and you have sold off 100 points. Dow is doing a lot better. ADTX, that homie just called out, is ripping again. Return to hostilities overnight in Gaza must cease or be renewed. Ceasefire must be renewed. UN Emergency Relief Fletcher. Oh! That's all you need right there. Bradley Frizzle in the peach. Better than any Rivian. Better than Elon this. Elon, what about Bradley Frizzle in the peach? Peach Nation. Amen. Amin. Habibi. Good morning. So take note. SPY is just staying pinned here while the bonds are going down. But then again, we were lower last time the bonds were at this level. So very interesting here. But yeah, we're not out of this hole just yet. A couple names moving. Intel, Pfizer, and the peach has just arrived. Amen. Good morning. Good morning. The Adobe event, I have no idea. Let me check for you. Can you go live for the Epstein files? Probably not. I don't really care about them that much. I've kind of just came to the conclusion that everybody who's like really rich is kind of weird, and they do weird butthole things. But other than that, I'm not really like I'm not invested in it. So let me find this Adobe event. Company events. Event calendar. $2 p.m. So it might be after the bell, or if that's Eastern. I think that's my time, though. Low key. Interesting. All right, you're coming up. Premiums are slowing down. So remember I was telling you, bro, the call premiums here, they were going up way too easy, but now as we're going up a little bit more, watch. The premiums are still moving, but they are slowing down now. I guess 1 hour in, that's why. Very interesting. So, yeah, your next red, though, is going to kill call premiums. So watch out. Because I'm already noticing as they're moving in your favor, they're going down. Am I still holding an Intel call? Dude, I have no idea. I have no idea. I'm not the guy to ask. You got to either watch the videos, pay attention, or get stream alerts. But me directly, I have no idea. All right. And then watch the bond. CCI, I keep seeing that. Celsius as well. And then those Qualcomm still working. Again, I don't know why Pfizer moved. Rivian has Starlink, like in the car. You email where you signed up. There's a support link. Okay, Intel again, bro. That one's still working its way up. you emailed a week ago, then I mean email right now and I'll make sure. But usually, like it says on there, don't wait more than 48 hours. Like contact us. But even then. I already missed the bounce play. I had one lined up. But like I told, watch out though. All those calls are going to die now. Like I said, the way the premiums are moving, you could already tell. So any low on this is going to like really rock them. Yeah, Meta flush, watch out. Even Tesla, Google. Google's into the low again, so you might go round 2. Nvidia, they were talking about it all day yesterday. They were saying how this Nvidia conference, it's like a big event nowadays, but it's turned into this it's turned into a big event, but it doesn't necessarily produce like a positive move on the stock in a weird way. It just depends on what time you're on, but I think the weird volatility, like I'm just paying attention to it. Like I said, you climbed up here and the calls went up, but as we were advancing here, the premiums wouldn't go higher. So, and then you look at the clock, 1 hour has passed. It's just knowing how options work. That's what I was saying. The next decline, you're going to really run out of juice, but it's good that it's holding up. I think Nvidia did take a big dump on the last GTC conference. And then there's Rivian again. And then Intel's still at the high. SPY wants VWAP. Tesla's starting to bounce again still more. Yeah, Tesla, candle big. And Rivian as well. That's a first tech. If we could get an Nvidia move up in Google, that'll help lift it up. I mean, Google did get a candle. Meta's still in the low. No news on Tesla. I'm going to check, but I'm not seeing anything. But that's moving up. BE on the high. Oh, and then Bond's still holding. What level did we... Dude, literally, 5608. So 1 point above what I was telling you. And then this is another level. And then you still have that gap to fill. You still haven't even filled the other gap from the other day. Remember that 575 or whatever. Say Kim K pumping Tesla. Is that really it? I see our Tesla protest working. Elon's company is on the verge of historic collapse. That was 10 minutes ago. JP analyst said Tesla reports its lowest deliveries since 2022. We struggle to think of anything analogous. I know how to say that word. I can't right now. Analogous in the history of automotive industry in which a brand has lost so much value so quickly. Yeah, because you guys are attacking it every day. Yeah, Meta's dumping as well. Honestly, it's not too bad. Like, you would think with how bad Meta and Google is, this would be a little bit more aggressive. It's just Apple saving you low-key. If Apple was red right now, we would be dying, I think, easily. And then vice versa. If all those other names could come back up. The Nazi salute hurt them bad. I didn't. I think it's people. I think being unfair towards Elon and then hyping up propaganda and getting people to attack vehicles is insanity. I've never seen anything like it. But it makes sense. Bro, people don't even want a Tesla because dumbasses have associated it with a political statement. That's why you're scared to buy a Tesla and it gets vandalized, or you're scared to buy a Tesla and somebody thinks you're a Nazi. I think it's crazy. Unfair, you're tripping. I don't think I'm tripping. I don't think do you remember, let me put it this way. Do you remember the CEO of Papa John's? Better ingredients, better pizza. Does anybody know Papa John's? Ask anybody in the media if they know Papa John's. So he went on a conference call and started saying the N-word with a hard R several times and started being blatantly racist. I don't remember anybody saying if you eat pizza, you're a racist. If you eat Papa John's, you are a Nazi racist. Nobody said that. Yeah, he stepped down, but nobody took his literal racism and applied it to the brand of what it was and then used that to justify violence, vandalism, or anything else you could think of. So you don't think, I don't know, you tell me. I've never heard Elon say anything of that nature, and I feel like y'all let the Papa John's hard R on a conference call slide. He just lost his job, and he got to own all his shares. They came back a little bit, so I don't know. I could go with I have a lot of other examples in the corporate world, but yeah, it's kind of wild. Okay, man, they still hold it. MSTR too, Apple. If Apple and Tesla, you need one other tech name to kind of catch a bid. You live in the Cali bubble. I know, so I should be more critical of Elon. That's it. Me and my mom were talking about it yesterday. It's like, thank God. I don't know how we live in California and aren't as brainwashed, but I'm not, I'm not really into that. So you would think I'd be a lot more critical. All right, premiums are coming up here. Okay, bonds came down. You're above VWAP. Like I said, this is, you get here, we're good. You get above here, though, it'll be the highest you've been in about an hour. Bop, bop, bop. I'm in the call. All right, back to VWAP. Premiums are climbing. It's actually looking a lot better. I'm surprised. I missed that Tesla bounce. That would have been fire. Otherwise, bonds coming down. Other plays are kind of moving. So, yeah, I only made a couple. But not bad. All right, watch out for GLW, Corning, bro. Fuck. They have an investor meeting today. That's another one. They're doing it, and then they're starting a ramp. Check Corning. You might get a headline soon. Ask his baseline employees. I'm not saying Elon is doing everything right, but what I am saying is people justifying these terrible behaviors just because you don't like Elon, that's our problem. And it's ridiculous. And it's violent. And it's wrong. Objectively. I think. That's it. It's simple. Let Elon have his ideas. I know he's aggressive, but you are watching people vandalize stuff. They're acting like terrorists. I don't know any other way to put it, man. Yeah, like you could not like Bezos. Doesn't mean we light trucks on fire and blow up these centers. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. All of them. You could come up with any reason you want, but the problem is there is a group of people who have ventured into this ideology that you could justify abhorrent behavior and violence as long as the other person is on the other side of the political aisle, which is insanity, it's literally terrorism. So, hey, Elon, be my guest. But if you think you could, like violate other people's personal property and to try to like attack them, that's wild. I don't think that's okay. And you should try to avoid it. But feel free to dislike the man and you don't have to support him. And privately or like publicly boycott the company, but with peace. You know what I'm saying? Like that I could stand by. But everything else is just not. It's weird. It's very, very odd that an advanced nation with so much knowledge and access to communication resources, it's wild we're acting like this. Oh, the premiums are gonna fucking die. Um. All right, I sold one of my plays for a loss. It was gonna come up, but I'm not. It's all premium. All call premiums are gonna fucking get clapped if you get a red candle. Do not shade. Ah. No, if I reacted a little bit differently, I could have done better. I still like it. I had a bounce play. I'm gonna look for it, but I'm just reading the premium. I've been watching this all fucking day. That's why I'm telling you. Watch the premiums. They moved up great all day, and then right when we broke out on the call, they murdered them. And that's why I'm saying if we come down, I got out. Look, those premiums just dropped another 40%. I could go rebuy them right now for even cheaper. Way cheaper than I would have over here. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of nuts. Elon hurt the brand when he went hard on politics. I agree. I think it helped and hurt him, but whoo, what an exit. I don't know why I'm happy for not making money, but at least I saved some. Oh, yeah, I got an idea now. ADTX. But yeah, I do think he did it, but I just don't. The violence is weird, man. And I don't know why. I don't know. I've seen some smart Americans and people who lived in a good country with freedom. I don't know where they learned this. And I'm watching very smart people who have had everything in life find ways to justify this weird level of violence with somebody who disagrees with them. It's the weirdest thing I've ever witnessed. All right. Hold on. I'm trying to see. Would those work? All right. We'll come back to those plays. Otherwise, I have a couple of bounce plays. I still believe in a bounce play for today. It's hard to hit the target. But I'm glad I just picked up on that premium thing there. So I hope that saved you something. But unfortunately, we couldn't get a W. EU von der Leyen, want to be clear, Greenland, Denmark, Europe will always stand for sovereignty and territorial integrity. In college, you started poli-sci. You feel about. I know it's crazy though because, so like when I went to college, I've told you guys this story. I think I was like the last era of academia not getting the political switch, you know. But back in my day, when I was like in philo and poli-sci, my professors, they just tried to convince me that God wasn't real. That's it. That was my, like, no one gave a fuck about your politics back then. But they were all like, God's not real, but they would respect me. They would let me, debate with them. And I would debate with my professors in philosophy. And again, even in political science, I had a couple of good guys and they disagreed with me. But yeah, that was like the issue at the time. But now I could only imagine like the political side of it. So yeah, good luck. Okay, I rebought a bounce play. I just gave myself more time. I didn't like those premiums. It's not that much time, but it's better than today. UNG and Boyle. Wait on this one, too. I'm putting that in the stream alert. So I'm taking one, and then I'll give you guys an update on pricing. But don't buy a bounce play now if you don't have the budget for it or not. And wait, because if I'm wrong, and I think I might be, I think you're going to be able to get these a lot cheaper. But they have already declined a lot. That's why. So they just went down another 50% from that little move. That's why I sold out. That's what I'm telling you, bro. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, bro, those plays literally dropped another 50% right before I sold out. That was nuts. So, yeah, like I'm telling you, reading the premium, yesterday was a different day. Yesterday, we were just so impatient with, like, how slow it was, and every premium was just getting slashed. Today, the premiums weren't getting slashed. They were actually responding, and then we hit a breaking point where it started to lose juice. And then that's why I was saying you got to be observant of that, because if it moves normally, that's fun and it's all fun and games. But if you notice you're moving in the right direction and you're near the money and it's not going up, that means the next drop you're about to get wiped out. So that's exactly why I sold that, even though I didn't really want to, and then I repositioned for another. But like I'm saying, wait here, because my NASDAQ assessment, I think you got like a whole nother. So I think SPY could flush another 20 points if we can't hold. And then NASDAQ, QQQ potentially could go down another like $7 to $5 if we break with velocity. Otherwise, this should be a little bit lower in the level, like I've been saying from the morning. So I don't know which direction. I'm not saying that we have to go up or down. I'm just telling you, if this, then that. If we hold up, we bounce. If we go lower, 20 points downside. And then NASDAQ could go down a little more. This is just my opinion. I could be wrong, but some of you have gotten value off of hearing this, so I hope it does help. Can I be and have that say that what statement? Help me out a little bit, but I'd love to repeat it for you. No worries. Delta and United going down. Elon claims pro-democracy while ruling with an iron fist. I mean, I used to agree with you. I used to be like, oh, shouldn't do this. But no, I agree with him. That's it. I've been nice to people, and you try to help them, and they will fuck you up. So you should get rid of anything that is a detriment to society. I agree. In the limits of the Constitution and in the limits of treating people like humans. And like I'm saying, there's limits to it. But yeah, none of this entitlement. And honestly, if you don't get rid of them when you have a chance to, they will turn and kill you, is what I've learned. So yeah, and that's why everybody gets banned if you don't follow the rules. Thank you. I appreciate you. God bless America. Yeah, but what did homie want me to repeat? I don't know. He didn't. I didn't know where he misheard. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad I did that reposition. The other plays are up, and now my other plays are still down. The first ones I got out of. On how to read when to get out. All right, so here, very simple. So on some days, like yesterday, you would buy the option, and it would move in your direction, and the option wouldn't go up or down really. And then when it would go down, it would be down 30, 40%. It wasn't really responding to the market. But today, you would go down, it would go down 10%. You would go up, it would go up 10%. You would go down, it'd go down 20%. You'd come back up, it would be back to break even. It was moving with the market, right? And then right here, after doing that all day, it started to go up, but now the options started moving up with the move after doing it for the whole time. And that's where I started to notice. I was like, well, that means the next downside, if it's not increasing value near the money while getting closer on the way up, that means with this much time now, if it is a daily, with the next move down is going to absolutely crush it. And that's what happened. The play just dropped another 50. Even though we bounced up, that play's still down 40, 50% from where I just sold. The new play is literally at break even, up 10%. So but it has more time. That's why. So that's all I'm saying is if you notice the contract is moving normally and then it starts moving in your direction. But FIS, that could be something with regulatory. Hold on. Oh, wrong price. I try to go overbid. Yeah, FIS, that's up 2%. If that turns into nothing, it'll be a dud. I grabbed a 5-cent play. Stupid cheap, comparatively, honestly. All right. I have no idea what it is yet. If that goes another 2%, we might have something. Let me check if they have an event. FIS. Is today March 18th? Yeah. They have Bank of America Electronic Payments Symposium. So, yeah, they could be somewhere. I see von der Leyen, first priority surge. Europe must have strong defense. I don't see anything there, but SPY popping now. Kind of out of nowhere. Yeah, bonds are about to go negative. Well, bonds have been negative all day, but they're about to, dump a little bit more. But I think SPY will like that. FOMC, yeah, FOMC is going to be big. All right, well, FIS, hold on, you might get a comment there, but they're at a global payment symposium thing. Again, I just spent $5-10. I got a couple of them, but they were cheap. But now the premium stopped moving. Well, we got to talk about Powell. I think once again, everybody is very confident what he's going to do. But last time we were like that on a SEP, it ended up being a huge shift. But then the market didn't really respond. And then I do have tinfoil. It comes from your boy Nick Timmerhouse. So I don't know if you guys want do you want the tin? I got good tinfoil for you. It's actually really, really good for tomorrow's Fed meeting. Mexican President Sheinbaum said sent diplomatic note to U.S. to prevent Mexicans from being sent to Guantanamo. All right. Well, here's the deal. There might be a big dissent on tomorrow's FOMC. Or some people, where they're at on the whole thing, it might change a lot. So, there's a chance that a couple of members, namely one or two of them, they might have big disagreements. Do you want to know why? Because they're going to want Donald Trump to hire them when he gets rid of Powell. So, yeah, Nick Timmerhouse brought this up. So they're saying that you might even get a little bit of tension because now, like, this is the time for a game of feds, pretty much. Yeah, like if you wanted, let it be known that you a real one, maybe you use this opportunity. Bot. All right, hold on, bro. You just had that little pop. Again, you had a Shinebot comment, but nothing. FIS, Huma is on the high, and then whatever, bot blue hot. And then FIS, Fidelity. They had that pop, but now they're chilling. Contracts are still high on the bid, but that's it. I think that one could have been a dud until we get the follow-up. And then SPY still near the low. Killing preems, bro. Killing preems. Killing preems and dreams. And yeah, Jay Hurley. So the guy who said you emailed weeks ago on Stream Alerts, that is not Stream Alerts. That is the free long-term alerts. So you have been added to it. I just haven't sent any. Trump and Putin on phone since 10 a.m. says White House. What the fuck? I'm getting the opposite now. They said the closed-door meeting was over. Now White House is saying Trump and Putin have been on the phone for the last 58 minutes. But yeah, long-term alerts are different than stream alerts. So, but yeah, some of you guys hit me up on that, and you make it seem like it's stream alerts. No, we have a free service that we offer. But yeah, I haven't sent out one in like 2 months because I'm stacking cash. Yeah, they're chatting now. That's odd. So we are going to get that follow-up, but that's coming out now. It's a little contrary to what I thought. I don't know. I have no idea now. Well, let's see. You're still holding up. Tesla trying to get out of there. The LT. I haven't looked yet. I think LT likes everything except young Facebook. No, I'm down. I'm literally down because of Facebook today. But we recovered a lot, though. Last week, we kind of had the dump. But yesterday really brought us back to life. You bought some last night? I know, bro. I know. The Nerds gummies, they're bad. They're so good, though. German lawmakers back landmark defense spending plans. Okay, SPY going lower. I don't know if that's going to be bearish or not, but watch the bonds as well, TLT. Honestly, do you guys not see it? Very simple. If you think we're going to do that flush like you're doing now, bonds are the cheap play. Whoa, yeah, look at Germany. I just put that up there. I don't think the market likes that defense bill. Even though it got everybody in Europe hype, I bet you that's moving the currencies right now. Yeah, look, euro and pound are tweaking off of it, mainly the euro. That's why you're moving. It is the German defense bill. So that's getting passed, or they back it, but now it's literally making the euro go back and forth. Bonds are underperforming right now, so if you think we're going to dump, bonds catch a bid, that might be your last play on the table. Yeah, bro, you're really flushing. Ay. All right, bonds up, SPY lower. You have broken all the levels now. 5601, so 5607, literally flush. And then, like I'm saying here, we could either start going 5580, pretty much where you came from. That's where you're going to go back to. So, yeah, 5580 to like 70. And then, again, NASDAQ, QQQ has a couple more. Look at EWG right now. Bro, Germany's getting tossed. German lawmakers pass reform on borrowing $500 billion infrastructure fund. So yeah, AKA European inflation. And this is nonsense, you guys, because for every person in the media who's telling you to be worried about inflation, none of them have told you about the impact of European inflation. I told you that 3 months ago, and now they're passing a $500 billion bill that has not been close to being touched since the fall of the Berlin Wall. So yeah, do you not get it? So Germany goes through with this, my friend. You are now almost guaranteeing European inflation. I hope you understand why. Because this is their Build Back Better deal, essentially. Peace talks will help us out a little bit if it goes good, but for now, I think you got the market kind of tweaking on that. FIS is going back up again. It's only one long-term physical gold every day, Gary. Gary won't buy a membership. He will only donate in the gold pumps. So, amen. Amen. Like I said, I like physical gold. I've been a buyer since like $1,000 an ounce. So I don't know, but the only problem I have with the gold guys is that they love buying it at any price. So, but yeah, shout out gold. Do whatever you need to, but yeah, I'm an old man. I already bought my gold. You bought your first coin at 2.4 thousand. Nice. Last week. That's cool. That's cool. Meta flushing. Spy. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram. I think you're dumping off Germany. U.S. supports Israel in its next steps. Acting ambassador? Art? And then Trump-Putin call started at 10 a.m., says White House again.
They really don't want to...
Follow me on Instagram, at the Trading Fraternity. Real Talk News on Twitter.
Clearly with their direction, because there's not enough clarity at the moment. So, I think you'll see a press conference that doesn't make a great deal of new news.
What would have to happen for the Fed to get more clarity, to be more outspoken on rate cuts? A move in the unemployment rate?
Well, that would be a bad news reason for cuts. There could be good news reasons for cuts as well, although they seem less and less likely at the moment because of the tariff threat. But one scenario would be that that unemployment really does ratchet up, and the Fed needs to cut in order to protect the employment mandate. The other scenario would be good news, and that is that the economy continues to motor along well, and disinflation resumes. Inflation is less of a problem, and they feel comfortable cutting. In the current circumstances, it's really hard to predict because of the abnormal circumstances around tariffs and other administration policies.
For sure, and I wonder how you think Chair Powell might characterize the move in survey-based inflation expectations. There have been times when he's decided to cite those, back when we had a very big inflation problem, as having one more reason that the policy had to become more restrictive. Well, we've obviously seen the survey-based one-year measures go higher, even if market-based inflation expectations haven't moved much.
Yeah, I think he will acknowledge, and maybe in the statement we'll see an acknowledgement of some movement in inflation expectations, but it is a mixed signal picture. What you have is the University of Michigan data, which is somewhat concerning. At the same time, the New York Fed's survey didn't really show an unanchoring and actually fairly stable. And the TIPS, Treasury and inflation protected securities indication of future inflation also didn't move. So it really is an environment of mixed signals at the moment.
So what do you think we'll get this year as far as cuts? 2, 3? What's your forecast at this point?
Well, tell me whether we're going to be in a protracted trade war, or whether it's going to be one and done with some of the tariff imposition and and just a hit to the price level, but not necessarily persistent inflation. I think it's a very unpredictable future at the moment. That's one of the reasons why I think Powell will keep his cards close to his vest, and the committee overall will be somewhat non-committal. They'll basically, as I said earlier, wait and see. I think there's still room for 2 cuts this year, but if those cuts come, I would see them in the second half as much more has become clear.
How restrictive do you think policy is right now? And I guess how would you expect the committee to characterize that? I mean, if we print a 1% annualized GDP in the first quarter or something like that, and the Fed is saying, yeah, we still think we're pretty restrictive, it creates a little bit of an uncomfortable spot.
Yeah, I can see your point there. I think what the standard line will be is that the policy positioning remains adequately restrictive.
Interesting. You guys like that bonds? They moved up a little bit on that drop. I haven't looked at the puts, so let me see. But like I'm saying, the puts are already up, so you had that bond play if you wanted it. Other than that, it's a very interesting one. But remember yesterday, we had a lot of movement for no reason. So, and at least today, though, the puts are moving. So like I'm saying, the options are finally, it's a lot different of an environment in that sense. So, but yeah, the puts are all up like 300%. That's why I'm saying you got to kind of be careful. But the bonds are down. So if we flush, you missed a little bit here. But like I'm saying, if we really start to go crazy on the downside, the bonds are the cheapest protection play you have right now. So we'll see. I haven't made any plays on that. German 2-year falls marginally after vote. Again, I have EWG up there. That was the latest. You just started dropping on that. Again, I think it's negative in the sense it'll be good in some areas, but generally this European funding for defense is inflationary. And again, this is why you guys hear me not shut up about how disingenuous the news financial media is, because I am shocked all these people are so worried about inflation and people aren't mentioning what this deal in Germany actually does to global inflation. So if you are really worried about trade and inflation and criticizing Donald Trump's policies, I mean, where is the criticism towards $500 billion in Europe, never done before since the fall of the Berlin Wall? Like, what do you think is going to happen when they flood the European market with all those euros? Like, what do you think is going to happen? It's inflation. And this makes sense with me because I don't get scared about other inflation. What do I always tell you guys you should be worried about? You should be worried about the inflation that's caused by an increase in money supply. Does that sound familiar? So that's why I'm saying this is inherently and fundamentally inflationary if they follow through with this and start dumping all of this money in Europe. It's kind of like the euro back in the day, if you think about it. But for now, I don't know why people aren't talking about it. It's funny because people are so scared of inflation and Trump and tariffs, but you would think that you would get that because that's a fundamental response. But I don't hear it. This SPY, well, we have a couple. I talked about on the watch list. It's either, we have a major bounce off of the 200-day and everything chills, or we don't see a high for the rest of the year. All right, you're just doing the little dance thing. You're like right at 5,600, I believe. So, yeah, and then again, Europe moved on that. That's why people aren't talking or too ignorant. Well, I'm not going to go and say I don't think that I'm smarter than everybody. I think it's disingenuous. That's what I mean. I think these people know. I think there's people who work in this industry and they work on TV and they handle hundreds of millions of dollars and they know this. This is common. This isn't like that's why I'm saying it's just selective on what people want to focus on, and they're choosing to focus on fundamental stuff and like, oh, look, this is bad. But then they're ignoring the thing that will actually cause the problem. I didn't double dip. That other call I got is great. It's down 10%, but it's smaller, so that's gonna work great. Like I'm saying, I just saved my money though, because I had the other ones, but I think my assessment was right on the premium, so it saved me. I got another one. I'm positioned for a bounce. I had a put, but I monetized some of my other puts early, and then that's it. So I'll see. I'll probably buy it. Look at the bonds. I'll probably end up buying a bond if it gets wild, or I'll wait till the premiums die and I'll find a way. Xi angered that CK Hutchinson didn't seek Beijing approval for $22 billion deal. Has planned to use port issue as bargaining chip with U.S. I'm getting Xi Jinping exclusive. Xi Jinping angered by Panama port acquisition. Xi Jinping pissed. QMCO, some of those quantum plays moving. All right, moving up a little bit. MSTR, is that still moving? Yeah, it's negative, but it's going up. Then Qubits, QNTM, coin off the bottom. A couple of things off the bottom. Let's see if this actually lasts. Again, you've had a couple, but this is what I'm saying. If you notice your premiums aren't going up as much here, that means the next drop you're going to get wrecked. So just be cautious of that. But if it's moving in the right way, look, even puts are coming down. So it's decent. All right, I think I might have your sweet spot for the day on the downside. I have a contract, I think. I haven't found the upside one. I still, because we moved 10 points. So I think I found a good one. I'm not going to play it, but I'm going to stream alert it, put it on watch. Tesla, baby. Time for calls. Well, that's all I've really got. Like I said, I liked it. And I have one. My call plays, my last one. I lost on the first set, but I think it ended up helping. Because let me actually double check. Yeah, I'm already positioned for that. Because, again, this was a very aggressive 100-point move, but nothing's guaranteed. In this environment, nothing has to happen. We can move around for no damn reason. So just be very mindful of that. Yeah, bro, they slashed those. All right. Apple going, that's not good. If Apple goes down, that's the only thing fucking saving you. That's what I was saying earlier. Because now look at Google. Maybe we should take the sweet spot then. I'm kind of down. It's early. Oh, did they already go up? Those already went up fucking 50%. Boo. I love you, but if you post the stream alert play before I do it, that's okay. If you do it afterwards, you're banned. So don't do that. Thank you. Unfortunately, you helped the Chad, but it cost you. Cost you your 4-year member. So don't do that, guys. Thank you. I grabbed one. I grabbed one of the cheap puts. I went a little bit lower, but I just grabbed one. Super duper cheap, though. It's $20. Just a little bit more. But yeah, that one I want. I want one at 20 cents. Qubits ripping. Yeah, you had the Xi Jinping comment. We didn't really react. We just got to get out of here. No, stream alerts is text. All right. Yeah, so watch if Apple goes lower. Otherwise, Nvidia is starting to climb. I don't know if that one's going to play. Where's Tesla? Oh, Tesla! Tesla is ripping. So that's going to help it out. Dude, I should have grabbed that. I had one of those balance plays. One of you even called out the double dip. So GG's if you got that one. Because from the bottom here, when we talked about it on both of them, those are good. FIS is a dud. Yeah, I only got it for 5 cents. So keep it chill. Keep it small. That's the beauty on those. Because remember yesterday I did it with Capital One. I turned 8 cents into $100. So that's why if we get them right on the news ones, keep them tiny. If it hits, you'll get rewarded. If not, you lose $5, $10 max. You get a huge candle. I don't know. We'll see. Watch the bonds. It's a weird one. And then Qubits is still going up. QUBT. We still haven't heard anything from the Trump thing. Again, apparently they're still on the call. No news on Tesla. I don't know why you're throwing shade on people buying a dip. You seem like you're better than everybody, so I'll let you do that on your own. God bless you. But yeah, we're talking about all sorts of plays. Don't throw shade. Thank you. Nvidia's at 1. I thought that's in 2 hours. Gary Black tweet on Tesla. I don't know who that is. Russia U.S. envoy says UN Security Council has to do everything possible to ensure resumption of Gaza ceasefire as quickly as possible. Isaac Newton. The man, the myth, the apple. Oh. Yeah, all these quantum play. Are they green now? I swear all of these were red in the morning. He says, I continue to believe Tesla bottom. The reduction in first quarters is likely now discounted. Dutch Parliament approves motions on government to reduce dependence on U.S. software firms. Okay, we've been here for like 20, 30 minutes. It sucks because all day it has been a decline. So we are waiting for the moment that we could bounce our way out of this. But 56.07, I mean, this was one of the levels you should be familiar with. Euro near the low. Canada was getting clobbered earlier. It still is. Pound a little bit more stable. But again, the euro, since the German thing, that's it. But you're right back, 56.07. Oh, Abbott. Big flush. Abbott. This could be a conference. ABT. Abbott. The premiums are a little pricey. There's only one to snake. Let's see. Okay, I got a cheap one, but honestly, I don't really trust it. Okay, watch Abbott, though. It's only down 0.5%. So just like the FIS, you might be able to snake it, but just be cautious. Double dip monster. I haven't bought a monster put. That's on you. I have to check, but I haven't really been looking at that. I think you could just watch those spy plays, like I'm saying. Yeah, nothing on Abbott yet. There's one cheap one, but let's see. Okay. Wait, did it fill me? Oh, I thought it did. Well, yeah, I should have made it free. Dude, they are hoeing me on these. They did that on the FIS too. Right? Oh, bonds. Yo. What the fuck just happened? There's no bond auction or anything. Look at bonds. So you're near the low right now. Bonds took the first move. You might get something. HCM on the high. And then next. Very interesting. Abbott RFK said to meet with baby formula manufacturers. Oh, that makes sense. The RFK effect. Yeah. All right, my play's already free. I got one. I made it free already. So that one went 5 cents to 15. So like exactly what I was telling you with the FIS. Keep it small. I only have one left. So I spent $10 total. Now it's going for 40. Fuck. But yeah, that's how you do it. That's what I'm saying. Like, these plays will be duds. If you're putting yourself in a position to get clapped, you'll get clapped. If you have low risk, like, they have to squash the whole entire stock to squash you. It doesn't make sense. You see what I'm saying? You're too small to kill. So that's why if you have good news, you're fast, it'll get you there. So, yeah, now they're at 50 cents. That's 1,000%. So I only have one left, but, yeah. But that'll, like I'm saying, that'll pay for the other ones. Yeah, RFK, we just snaked the Abbott plays off of that. So literally 5 cents to 50 now. Very small though. It's hard to pick up. You have to hear the voice call out. Phew. It's only down 1 point there. There it is. Now it's down 2. That's crazy. Yeah, premium's picking up on. I sold out too early just to make it free. Because that's what I'm saying. I keep it small. Right when I could get my money back, I take my money back. And then we just ride the last one. But that one worked very well. RFK effect, baby. And then SPY a little bit off the bottom. So look at that. Something just happened. You had the bonds go crazy. SPY didn't flush. And then now, take note, a couple of big tech names are going up. Even Meta, Amazon, all of them. Intel. Oh, I forgot about that. SLNO. Zivra. And then next, I saw that one going up too. Zivra's killing it. Bloomberg picking up the Abbott news. So do what you need to do with that. I already made it free. They're holding high bid, but it's only 500% now instead of 1,000. But not bad at all. Not bad at all. Powell tank. I mean, if they change the SEP, that'll be bad. If the rate cut odds change, economy, inflation. But other than that, I mean, if he kind of has the same attitude, hands off, doesn't react by letting you, if he pretty much says, I don't care about the market, and people won't like that, you know, if he kind of says conditions need to tighten, and then vice versa, if he kind of seems worried and scared about everything, he might just like, he might if his fear will launch the market. Don't forget, when central bankers panic, the market stops panicking, and vice versa. There is a dot plot tomorrow, yeah. German foreign minister, end of ceasefire in Gaza due to Israel strikes is a reason for major concern. So if we could get out of here, good. Watch the premiums, though. Like we're saying, it's still trappy. But what time is it? 8:30. Let's get some push-ups in. Okay, yeah, Euro's coming back up. We kind of declined there. So, like, this little gap was all off of the German thing. So, see what happens. Kodiak. Welcome, baby. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. There's Abbott on the low. Hopefully you did something with those plays. Oh, Mr. Sodano. What up, Chad? Good morning. And then bonds still holding. High-low ticker is kind of balanced, man. Let's see if anything's changed. So Dow Jones. Oh, I forgot about those. So yeah, Dow Jones, 5 names green, 25 in there. So more names are red on the Dow, believe it or not, than the morning. NASDAQ, 9 names green, 92 in the red. More names red now. Yeah, so the market only got worse. SPY 103 green, 400 red. Hot dog. And then bonds back up. The RFK, they're saying RFK is going to meet with baby formula makers. I mean, we're moving up. I flipped a play. It just moved too slow. Yeah, but SPY, watch if it goes lower again. I told you some of those other ones, but my computer's tripping, bro. Where are you, my friend? Yeah, those SPY puts are still break even, sadly. I say sadly because those are on a daily. Very odd. But again, we position very low there. But the other first plays, they're still kind of holding. But I don't like this, just like I'm saying, the bonds, all that. And then if, like we talked about, if Apple comes down with Google down, you don't look at the low ticker. You don't really have much defense. MSTR, Strife, MicroStrategy's new tool for buying more Bitcoin. Woohoo! Yeah! Well, low ticker's picking up. So watch out for that. And Chad, game time. You've been here for 2.5 hours, man. You might as well stand up and do a push-up. Come on. Come on. So we'll be good. All right. Stand up. Move around. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. That's it, bro. I've been doing a lot of good hip stretches, man. You guys. Oh, dude. You know what I did yesterday? Because I wasn't feeling good. But I still wanted to go to the gym. Bro, yesterday I did like caveman workouts. So like you like take the resistance like on the like pulley machine and you like get like a stick and you like extend it like you're throwing it. So I did like a lot of like motion things, bro. And it was I call them caveman workouts. You like swing a weight and then like you use the resistance like you're throwing a baseball. Oh, bro, it felt so good. I can't explain it. I was doing caveman workouts. So, yeah, either way, Chad, just move around, get the body going. Your hips are important. I need to do some abs here.
Case in point, once yields stop, we do start to
here's some
see the
propaganda
upside and risk hunger just returns
baby.
like that? Or are we in a totally different paradigm right now?
I think you make a really good point. And I think the vibe shift now is less focused on inflation and the Fed, and it's more focused on tariffs. So we have to ask ourselves, the biggest component of the S&P, how vulnerable is it to tariffs? And is this tariff fear a real threat to economic growth? And what we did was we looked back at President Trump 1.0, and even the Federal Reserve came out with a recent analysis quantifying, Caroline, the impact of core PCE from Donald Trump 1.0 2018 to 2019 tariffs. And they quantified it at 0.5 percentage points addition to core PCE. Now, the impact on final goods back then was a 1-year effect before it rolled off. And then we saw intermediate goods have a longer lasting impact to the upside on prices. This time is slightly different because supply chains have already adjusted. So that means that new tariffs would hit margins and earnings rather than spark inflation. So my concern is that additional tariffs will directly impact market sentiment, and that will bring additional downside to tech. So my call has paid off pretty well, which is stay long tech, buy puts on tech. Now that trade is looking really awesome. I put it in when tech was at all-time highs, but now what we see is that put volumes are at all-time record highs. So now it's expensive to do, but it has proven to be a very good trade.
Catherine, up to now, we've seen the main beneficiaries of the AI boom be the chip makers and the hyperscalers.
Right.
To what extent are we seeing other companies in other sectors, within the S&P 500, for example, adopt this technology, and has it hit their margins yet?
Yeah, you're right. And this has been a kind of a buzzword more than wholesale adoption, and the market is looking for results at this point. So enough talking, and we want to see deployment, not only deployment but full execution and earnings.
So SPY staying pinned. You're juggling a couple of heads. I don't like this.
I think at this point,
it's hard to tell because market could go up with the bonds too, but
so second order.
You're not going anywhere after that Europe news. Meanwhile, I told you that hedge on bonds works. So
of this
yeah, it's
large
kind of
scale, massive capex in AI. Last year, I recommended utilities. Utilities was one of the top performing sectors last year, and my recommendation was because it's a second derivative to AI. Now I think we need to be looking at data center operators, cloud infrastructure, medical, real estate, financials. I think there are second order effects. That's where the bang is for coming years in a structural way.
Which sector do you think will take advantage of it the most?
Well, I still like healthcare. I think there's going to be a lot of deployment of AI in the sector, and I like it, one, for that reason, and two, also because it's a nice defensive sector. So that's going to be my top pick for this year, just as utilities was last year. So they're nice because they're both defensive and they could potentially benefit from additional upside.
Catherine Rooney-Vera of StoneX Group. Always great to catch up. Thank you. Tim.
Well, it's time now for Talking Tech. Starting in space, 2 NASA astronauts are returning home in a SpaceX craft after being stuck in orbit for 9 months. The astronauts undocked from the International Space Station last night and are expected to splash down off the Florida coast later today, where they will undergo medical checks and be reunited with their families. Plus, Apple lost its fight at Germany's top civil court to overturn a regulator's decision to put it under tighter antitrust scrutiny alongside other U.S. tech giants. The court cited Apple's vertically integrated products and services, its importance for third-party access to markets, and its potential to harm competition as reasons for the decision. And Cognition AI, the developer of an AI-powered coding assistant, has raised hundreds of millions of dollars at a valuation close to $4 billion. That's according to sources. The round doubles the previous valuation of the startup, which released its generative AI coding tool a year ago. Caroline?
Let's take more on generative AI, the AI sector writ large, and VC Spotlight. Grace Isford is with us, partner at Lux Capital, focusing on emerging opportunities in artificial intelligence. You're based here in New York, and you're on
this is good for now. I just don't like this. Everything else checks out, though. MSTR going.
I think of Runway, and I think of Together AI, for example. How are we seeing the application layer of AI starting to return real value? Because at the moment, everyone has been so focused on the foundational and the infrastructure layer. Are we starting to reap rewards?
For the last few years, we've really seen enterprises focusing on foundational AI. Now we're seeing that shift, as you say, to the applications of AI, and doubling down into the 2025 year of the agents. Actually, we've been talking a lot about AI agents in enterprise production. We just talked about where are we actually seeing that impact. We're seeing it across our portfolio in really 3 main areas. 1, in coding, 2, in customer support, and 3, in sales. And I'll give you one quick example on that, on the real ROI and impact we're seeing. There's a company called Maven AGI. They're an AI agent for customer support. They are seeing real enterprise impact, integrating with those legacy systems and working with public companies to actually solve these tickets in a fraction of the time at a fraction of the cost, driving that real value.
What's interesting is we just had Daniel Pilling at Sands Capital on, who's an investor in some of Nvidia. His theory is actually sort of physical AI, which I know you've also invested in, but physical AI is actually in many ways closer than agentic AI in terms of the real rewards. What do you make of that sort of time frame and when we start to see more bountiful effects of agentic AI?
Well, it depends how you define AI agents, and that's actually part of the confusion, right? Everyone has their own definition, right? For my purposes, for engineers I talk to across our portfolio, it's really an autonomous system where an LLM is directing its own actions across a series of steps. And these agents are getting better and better, but we're not really seeing that truly verifiable loop in fields that are not kind of coding, customer support, sales. It's because, in fact, they're actually difficult to integrate with, right? And that's kind of a funny kind of the irony in the space right now. If you look at the physical world, we've seen text and image, highly repeatable, highly verifiable tasks, whether it's in the sciences or whether it's in math. But as you start to get to these proprietary data troves, I'm talking robotics, I'm talking warehouses, I'm talking data and manufacturing, where you have to tap into this proprietary workflow of data, even for a biologist or chemist, and you have to not just get that data.
I made a mistake then if you didn't, but next time post your full play. But if someone posts a stream alert after I do it, I'm going to assume that you're posting that, which is what happened. So all you did was post what I did. You didn't say I bought it or nothing. You just posted the strike. What does it look like
for consumers?
So hopefully you understand. I don't care if you have it or not. I hope you see why.
Well, give a simple example on that. I tried to book a flight from New York to San Francisco using OpenAI's operator a few weeks ago.
Like I'm saying, it just does. You would have posted it prior, or next time if you did make a mistake, post your full play. Post what you did, how many you bought, all of it, but you didn't.
And all my preferences.
So you see the misunderstanding?
That's a common issue we're seeing. These AI agents are complex systems with compounding errors. So even if there's one little error, like not getting access to that one criteria, it compounds across that 50 steps in the agentic system. So from a consumer experience perspective, it can be pretty frustrating when you don't book that flight exactly the way you want it.
Are you seeing crowding out come from big companies right now? You have the hyperscalers valued at multi-trillion dollars. Is there an opportunity for small companies to come in and actually provide solutions and complement these hyperscalers, complement these large chip companies?
Most definitely. In fact, we're seeing it across our own portfolio. I'll give another example there called Together AI. They're an open source AI cloud. They actually help you run and productize
the dollar
these
straight down.
fantastic
I
open
think the
source
Nasdaq's going to go up when the
them,
dollar bounces.
Not using a cloud provider
Believe
in
it or
tandem,
not.
or working in tandem.
Because I
with your
remember we've
own
always
existing
talked
suite
about
of
dollar
tools.
flushing
And so
with
you're seeing the
everything.
emergence of this new
That's
AI
literally what's
infrastructure
happened.
stack, which is still nascent.
But the
Like
dollar
I say,
has
we're
been trying to
using
stay
these cheaper
pinned, but that
chips.
euro
You're actually
shit's not
using
going to
these
help.
open source and even smaller
Maybe that's why we got
to
a little
achieve
bit of that
same
sell-off.
outcome.
We're looking at your portfolio companies, and some of them have international flavors, and certainly Hugging Face, I think, a climb over there, running that business. You're in Sakana AI as well, Tokyo-based. At this moment where we're almost putting up this race of China versus the US, what other talent pools are you looking to for AI expertise?
We have a video on the high-low
Well,
ticker.
AI
It's super
expertise is
easy, though.
everywhere, and I think if you
52-week
focus on China
highs
for
are
a second, right,
highlighted
China has
green.
fantastic
52-week
engineers and
lows
researchers, and I think DeepSeek
are
was a lot
highlighted
of a
red.
wake-up call for the US, where we're saying, wow,
The count is how
whatever
many
we
highs
thought
or
DeepSeek
lows
cost
it's
to
hit
train,
today.
It was
And then
a
the
true
low
feat
bar
of
is 30
hardware
seconds,
efficiency
1 minute, and 5
engineering
minutes.
efficiency.
That's it.
And
It
I
just
actually
shows you
think
velocity.
That's a blueprint
It's like a
we're gonna
RPM
see
gauge.
used internationally. So not just in Japan with companies like Sakana AI using those smaller agent-based models, also in France with companies like Mistral building really, really strong AI open source models as well. But how do you actually leverage and do more with less? How do you use less compute? How do you actually use more efficient chips, in fact, cheaper chips, and actually have a more efficient AI infrastructure stack using that open source technology?
Grace, here in the U.S., the change in administration not even 2 months ago. I'm curious about how you view the landscape differently.
Propaganda
now
still
that somebody
audible,
like
yeah.
David Sachs, for
I'm standing
example,
up, I'm
whom
moving.
Caroline and Jackie spoke
Doing a little
to
bit
just a
more.
couple of weeks ago,
Yeah,
is in a
stream
position
smooth, but
as
they
AIs
limit
are.
me.
Do you see a difference
When I
in the
put
landscape
Trump in
here?
the title,
I think it's early
they
to
limit
know,
the
but we're
stream,
really
but it
seeing
has been a lot
huge
smoother
excitement
today.
for the AI industry and really
But
the
the
industry
Trump
being
title, I had to
invigorated,
change
right? We
it,
just
but
talked
they
about
owed me a
DeepSeek
little
as
bit
that
on
being
that.
a wake-up call to invest more heavily
YouTube still
in
doesn't like
engineering
the Trump
startups,
headline.
in awesome AI startups
Trump and
who are building
Putin was
right
a
here
danger
on US
headline.
soil, and who are actually leveraging this open
Unless you're
source and
Fox.
transparent innovation to ultimately create really exciting applications. I'm really excited for new AI applications in some of those physical AI areas we talked about earlier. So robotics, space, defense, and manufacturing all have those proprietary data sources and that unique workflow. You need to understand the workflow of a defense contractor if you're actually building a fantastic AI application. So that mix of kind of public and private is something that's really exciting me.
Lux Capital's Grace Isford. Grace, thanks so much for joining us. Do appreciate it. Well, coming up, a lawsuit alleges that Google and the startup Character AI are to blame for the death of a 14-year-old boy. We'll discuss the claims and the implications for Silicon Valley. This is Bloomberg.
Isn't that old? Yeah, that's that old case. Did I get the email? I did. Please don't ever spam my email for a dumb question like that. I responded with no. You're not allowed to ask that. So come on, man. Don't spam my email for shit like that. Thank you. Am I fully banned or timed out? I timed you out. I banned you, but then I unbanned you because it was a miscommunication. But I don't want to keep talking about it because it's been covered already. So I'll see you tomorrow. Get over it. You'll be fine. Don't worry. Don't worry. Yeah, do you guys remember that case? That was the kid who he fell in love with the AI, and then the AI was like, come be with me, and like got him to kill himself. It's crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, I didn't know. I thought they already sued him, but yeah, they're apparently like, dude, it was messed up. Yeah, very. That was like a year ago, I think. It was like kind of at the beginning. And then I already thought there was a case, but I guess now it's going to court. You didn't hear? You don't remember that? Dude, it was hella dark, bro. No, bro, it's super dark. Like this guy downloaded like a 14, 13-year-old, I think, or 12, a young kid. And he downloaded this like friendship AI app or something. And it like creates like this person who you talk to. And the kid was like really lonely. And like he would just keep going over it, and like he just kept talking, and then like the relationship kind of evolved like into like love. Like they both started like loving each other and talking more and more intensely. And then before you knew it, the AI was like, the kid was sad one day, and then the AI was like, "Come home to me," or like come be home with me or something like that. I could be misrepresenting it, so double check it, but that's like the gist of it as I remember. Dude, it's literally like a horror movie, yeah. Is it character AI? Yeah, something like that. I don't know what composer is, no. It is. I don't know. I'll tell you guys. So like I'm taking all of my stalker stories and we're gonna sell it to Netflix. Cause bro, my stalker stories are crazy, but the only scary part, we don't know the conclusion. So like I have all these like and some of them have like gone away or not, but then we're like, oh fuck, what's the conclusion though? So yeah, either they kill me or we like ride off into the sunset. But either way, it'll be on Netflix in like 10 years or something. So I'll be on the lookout. Very entertaining. You have no idea, bro. I know the main character is still alive, exactly. So it's a hard sell. But we'll see. God is good. Either way, heaven is a good place. So, trying to get there. Hopefully naturally, but if not, we'll be fine. Oh, yeah. I like Stalker, STOCK-ER. It's a great title. I'm stealing that. Thank you. Based on a true story. You're just joking with me, calling me Danny DeVito? Well, you have a limited chat facts, and I don't know you, so we shouldn't joke around like that with each other, I'm not like, hey, you look like a little bitch. That would be rude. So just take a lap, brother. You don't know me like that. If you had a 4-year badge, maybe. If we joke around all day, I know you have a long term. I go, ha, 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 ha. So funny. We're brothers. But that, I don't know you. I just don't know you. So it's kind of odd. You know what I'm saying? Like I said yesterday, feel free. I like self-deprecating humor, but some instances, if you take that as your signal to deprecate me, that's not it. No, you should probably say thank you first. So, again, relationships, rapport, very key in here. Very, very key. So get a long term. Thank you. Thank you. You thinking Putin is holding the cards against Donald? I don't think so, but I think that Ukraine is going to make a sticking point out of Crimea. That's the problem. I think you could get a deal done, but now I think Ukraine wants Crimea on paper, which is a wild ask if you think about it. Why? Because it's literally, that was what they took in 2014. So that was like 11 years ago. And so do you get it? That's nonsense, bro. That means your peace is going to be dependent upon what was lost a decade ago. Nothing to do with Kursk, Donetsk, or wherever, all those other areas. None of it. The bridge. It's kind of crazy. No, they don't. It's literally, it's going to be about Crimea, which is mind-blowing. Crimea, however you say it. But, yeah, I think they're still talking apparently, so we'll find out. I think it would have been an easier deal if you left Crimea out of it and just said return all the land that you incurred upon in the last 4 years, right? Imagine you wind back all of that, but to go and try to, Crimea is a very weird place because they voted a decade ago, and although you can debate the legitimacy of that vote, as you should in Russia, it's still like, that's an old issue. That's why I'm like, that's very weird that is going to be what they're dealing with, I think it would be slightly bullish if they came to an agreement. But then again, an agreement is going to lead to inflation in Europe. Why? Because they're spending that money to defend themselves now. There's another part to it about peace. I forgot. I think, yeah, like China and Europe will benefit off of lack of war. That's the other thing. So in a weird way, although I think it'll be slightly bullish if they came to an agreement, in the midterm to long term, the economy would shift back to post-war or no fighting, which would mean that U.S. wouldn't benefit the same way, believe it or not. So that means, and that's why Europe is partly bullish too. So there's a lot of implications. We need Chuck Norris to settle this. Did I tell you guys? I think I told you. Do you know my dad is friends with Chuck Norris? I can't make this up. I'm not even fucking with you, bro. My dad is friends with Chuck Norris. So my dad's homie, when my dad first got to America, he has this other, like, he has this white dude homie who's like super old. He's the homie. And he's like best friends with Chuck Norris. So he introduced him to my dad. And they were fucking with it. I was like, Chuck Norris, are you guys serious? Yes. Yeah. So my dad has met Chuck Norris. Because Chuck Norris is like a Jesus guy, right? So he's like big in Jesus. Like he's actually like a real believer. So yeah, they vibe. They vibe, bro. It blows my mind every time. I've heard him on the phone. I never met him, but I was like, bullshit, that's not Chuck Norris. And they let me say hello to him on the phone before. This was before AI too, so I knew it was legit. I was like 12. Yes, Chuck Norris is friends with my dad, not the other way around. Yeah, Chuck Norris chooses his friends, not the other way. You don't get to be friends with Chuck. He befriends you. It's a big difference. Look at bonds gently hitting a new high. I gave you guys a good call out, though. We were at the low, about to break, so I hope you guys took it if you wanted it. I'm still waiting. I grabbed my little shitty SPY plays, but I will have a better one in mind. Those plays are barely green by 0.5%. Five years with the Colt. Let's go, baby. And then I don't know if you guys noticed. I put the uncle badge, but I kind of don't like it. You can't really see it. So I might have to replace the 5-year badge again. I tried to throw it in there, but yeah, I kind of don't like it. I don't know. But either way, baby, shout out to half a decade. Woo! Hey, man, I know, man, half a decade, you guys. And that's why I really hope some of you are new, and I hope that you guys can view, literally the thousands of people here that have trailblazed the path ahead of you. And those of you who have been with me, man, I hope you see it. The answer is time. And in that, bro, you make small, good decisions, and time is what will prove everything. Time is what will make you a G. Time is what will prove that you're a bitch. Time is the answer to all of it. So I hope you guys continue to keep making a good use of your time. And like I'm saying, bro, I'm very don't let any comments, you can focus on what you want to, but man, there's been some people who didn't do it, but there's been a tremendous amount of you who have done very well. And I mean well by sticking to it. It has nothing to do with nominal dollar amount, but you stuck with the plan. I think you took yourself seriously. You took your future seriously, and it shows. So let's go, baby. We got another 5. RBC, that was in the morning. Delivery fee. Oh, wait, they're pivoting. Huh? So RBC down, cut them in the morning. 40 months, 20 to go. Let's see, baby. So that's another person now pumping Tesla, but RBC cut him in the morning. You got 10% on those shitty SPY plays. Again, the other ones, there was a sweet spot, but we got away. It's still mad early, you guys. Europe hasn't even closed. Nvidia at VWAP. I sold out of the Oh, you might be able to double dip because I just didn't like those as much. Same with the Adobe. I like it. Dude, Adobe options are really, like, they move a lot. U.S. Justice calls impeaching judges for ruling improperly. How step by step, baby. How time flies, man. I love it, bro. I love it. But that's what I'm saying, man. Time, dude, you know how many people we've seen in and out, bro? And it's just like, that's what I'm saying. I think some of you are realizing how to wield your time. And I think you see how important it is to, I don't care how you feel, bro, as long as you get the job done. You know, it's like not every day is going to be perfect. Not every day, you know, maybe you'll make mistakes. Maybe you'll gamble. But when it's all said and done, bro, it's like that time and little by little and what it leads to is phenomenal. And that's why I'm saying, bro, it's like, that's the money. That's the money. You pull up charts on options, you link your E-Trade, or you go to the option, right-click it on TD Ameritrade, and do send to chart. I'm talking to our brother now. Now he's listening. Let's go, baby. Let's go. That's beautiful, man. Y'all start to get your fam on board and everybody you know. But also, too, man, this part of the journey, you know, I've had to learn it a lot, too. And that's why I'm just like, bro, you warn them once, you warn them twice. After that, nothing to do with them. So make sure you guys don't make that mistake. You know, I think a lot of you guys, and I give you guys, you know, I'm giving you honest advice when I am talking about it. I see some of you moving in corners of life that are amazing, and I see that a lot of you guys want to help people out, but I've also seen a lot of you add unnecessary pressure trying to convince people to do what you're doing. And I'll tell you now, the next 5 years, you got to get ready to move on from all that. If somebody wants it, help them. You see what I'm saying? Put them on. They want it, put them on. They follow the rules, you put them on with it. That's how you do it. But at the same time, any of you, I don't care if it's your girlfriend, your boyfriend, your best buddy, who gives a shit? If it starts to turn into you have to convince and defend your long term, I think that's a toxic relationship where you're better off going out and drinking with your friends than telling them about the long term. You know, because I have friends, I'll go have fun with them, but we're not talking about investing. You know what I'm saying? Because I know they know what I do. I know what they do. I'm not here to play this. Like, some friends, preserve your relationships, but at the end of the day, some of you don't ever let it get dragged down. And at the same time, you get the people who want to be a part of it, those people close to you that could see the results, bro. You get somebody who has invested as you are, that's where magic happens. I told you, one of my first companies I was ever working on, I remember I talked to my econ teacher in college as I was making my first startup in college, and I sit this guy down. Hold on. Trump admin says deportation flight departed after judge's order did not contain people being deported solely under Enemies Act. China UN envoy says China strongly condemns Israel's resumption of hostilities in Gaza. So, yeah. But like I was saying, I was making my Oracle said to weigh security role and small stake to land TikTok deal would offer security guarantee if China kept algorithm. So this could be a pop and dump, but you are getting Oracle. They already jacked premiums 20%. So be careful. Oh, yeah, they already jacked the premiums, but Oracle's moving on that. You can maybe get the cheap ones if you like. I want to play them, but they're too expensive. I think we're late. Yeah, I'm going to pass, but every time I pass, it hits. So watch Oracle. It's already moving. They already jacked up the premiums. But yeah, I told this guy, I'm like, hey, I want to make a company. And I told him, because the guy I was working with had a lot of money. That's why I wanted to work with him, right? Because I was like, oh, this guy's rich. Oh, he's going to help me. Oh, this guy's rich. He has money. Therefore, he's smart. Oh, this guy have money. Maybe I get money if he have money. You know what I'm saying? I was young. And I'm telling my econ teacher about this. And, like, he knew me. And he saw how passionate I was about the idea. And that's what he told me. He said, listen. He said, if you are going to get involved in a company and your partner is not as invested as you are or enthusiastic and is not involved, it's going to fail miserably. You're going to have the worst time of your life. And he told me, you always got to make sure it aligns. You want somebody committed to the deal, the company, the business, the goal, just as you are. Otherwise, it leads to friction. It leads to problems. And that's how things fail. So, yeah, man. You just got to, that's why I'm saying, like, you know, your friends who want the long term, help them and be a part of it. But if you have to, like, defend it and play, like, you're just going to end up confusing yourself and bringing in unnecessary emotions, all because you were trying to help homeboy out. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, even if both people are committed, there can be issues, but I would rather have those issues arrive naturally than the issue being commitment. You know what I'm saying? Because that's easy. Watch Adabe. It's starting to move up here. Hello. Volume? I don't know. Oh, I don't know. What time is 9 o'clock? We're 30 minutes post Euro. I think, right? Yeah. And then somebody, I saw that too. You were saying with your parents, the best way to show your parents is to show them your long term. That's why we called the long term mom's long term. My mom was the same way. You know, my mom thinks the stock market's gambling. But that's why best you could do is just show them. Yeah, Euro goes in 30. My bad. So that's the best one. Otherwise, save for your parents too. And that's why you will have more of a responsibility to perform and take care of the people who took care of you. But at this point, if you guys have been in the cult and have applied the rules to the long term, I'm assuming you have something to show. Is that fair? Like, I feel like you have a beautiful account that you could show your parents or friends that I think speak all of the results we're talking about. Bro, I get washed on every meta call I buy. I think I've hit maybe one. So, yeah, but when they do hit, they'll go crazy. But for now, it's just those have been the ones getting washed. But I like the idea. You quit on your parents. You showed them crazy gains on trade and long term, and they tell you to pull it out. Well, listen, this is the thing. My parents told me the same thing. And this is where I think I could help a lot of you out. And this is word to Philo. You have to honor that your parents are telling you that. And this is what I want you to understand. Those are the only motherfuckers who don't really get anything off of you. So every parent, a good parent, should say that. I don't know if y'all following me. That's normal, is what I'm trying to tell you. If you actually have a family where your parents are involved in your life You know what I'm saying? And they're like, again, till the very day, my mom calls this shit gambling. But in a weird way, don't be discouraged by that. And you should realize, like, if you have people in your corner who will keep it real with you, they may be ignorant towards what you're doing, but make sure you're still, I wouldn't really trip on that. I wouldn't give up on your parents because they told you to take profits, but you also commingled long-term in trading there. There is a big difference. So that's what I'm saying too, and they're going to have a different reaction. But when it's all said and done, I wouldn't really don't rule out your parents because they don't benefit or not. They're just looking out for you. And that's a part of life too. You have to be able to have friends and people, and you have to know what's solid advice or not, even if you don't like it. Because at the same time, they have your safety in mind. They might not know the market. And then again, too, the long term is much different. That's why I'm like, dude, even my mom at this point, it's hard to say the long term when you see it little by little, a very realistic goal, not based upon quick money, gradual. Like it's a very rational, non-crazy plan. So for people to not get behind it, you have to, I could only imagine what the counter is. Showing your parents it worked. There you go. You got the oracles. Good luck, man. Well, that's it, man. I don't know. At the end of the day, like, you guys haven't realized, like, you live in a world where everybody wants to use you. Have you not figured that out? Think about it. Have you ever been to Miami or LA? Everybody wants to just use you. That's it. Whether you got money, whether you got beauty, whether you got brains, it don't matter, bro. Everybody wants that cash in your bank account. That's why I'm saying don't be a dumbass and make the mistake of not knowing what the solid advice is. You see that's why I've been trying to tell some of y'all. I'm like, listen, some of these talks that I give you, I know I could sound like an asshole. Can I avoid these conversations? I probably could. But I keep it real with you guys in a way where I do not benefit or lose anything off of it. Sadly, times where I am honest with you guys, I have more risk by being honest. That's what happened to me over the years. That's why I got a little timid, because I realized if I was real with you and told you the answer, I would get punished, sadly. So it wasn't supposed to be like that. It's supposed to be like, I don't benefit whether you win or lose. I like that system. I want to remove that bias. That way you could be able to see, hey, there's good info. This is bad info. Let the best idea win, right? But again, if I tell you don't buy this, you might get mad at me. You might turn into someone, you start hate mail, whatever it may be. So that's the problem. I've got to learn a little from it. But what I'm telling all of you, you have to determine who in your life is benefiting or losing off of your actions. And if somebody is trying to tell you something and trying to dictate your will and you're not like aware of that, that's a problem. Because then that way you don't, last thing you want is to put in a corner the people who actually have your best interest. And then now you're putting on a pedestal the people trying to extract something from you. And that, my friends, is the danger. And welcome to modern society. Yeah, you're back up, but Chad, we've been here for hours. Look at this. This is that euro candle. Granted, we are coming into euro close, but that German bill right there, that's what brought us down. Oracle ways, yeah, we had that. That's why I said there's an Oracle. I passed on it, but you got a little bit of a movement there. I don't think the bill moved oil, no. All right, but SPY's going up. Where are my other SPY call? My puts are down. The calls are green. Haha. Wow. So the little cheap one, I spent more on the call. But the other, oh, damn, they've whacked those puts now. Perfect. Beautiful. So you're going up now on euro close. Hold on. I'm looking at that SPY put I told you about. It's a daily, though, but we still have time. So right now you're doing the launch. I should have had... Man, actually, I think my other ones are still down. But that might bring back some of the dead ones. Yeah, all right. That put is at the sweet spot now. Oof. I kind of want to do it. Okay, you're going up. I'm buying the sweet spot put. I'm keeping it small. But that's, I said, if that gets to that price with enough time, I'm going to buy it. Light, L-I-T-E. Yo, check light. Dollar pop. Maxing out your retirement before investing. Do both. The retirement's good because of the tax benefits, and put the dividends and reinvest the dividends in the retirement account. But do both. Again, all of them. I mean, generally you want to save and own assets. That's kind of our main intention. But retirement accounts are good. I would definitely handle that and make sure you have all that. And then, you know, do your thing, 21. Do your thing. Around calls, good work, baby. I sold out a couple of. I had an Amazon. I flipped that, but Amazon moves so slow. Fitch on Hungry. Like I said, we need to get above here, bro. That's what I was telling you in the morning. Oh, let's see what happens. I want to check the other ones. High ticker really gassing. You got Micron. Remember earnings. Damn, my early calls are still lower by 50%. So you guys remember when I had those calls and I told you I sold them because they were going to get whacked? They dropped 50%, and now you're back at the same price. They're still down 50%. I could double dip, though. But I'm going to just grab that put. I still have another call from earlier. That one's up. So that's why, too, I went with the cheap puts. I'm up 20%. Or no, 10%. Excuse me. It's a weird version of yesterday. At least the premiums are a lot better. And it is right near Euro close. So 15 more minutes. You're at VWAP. Still kind of choppy, but we'll see. We haven't heard anything out of Trump, too. So keep in mind, I mean, that was generally what we were waiting for today. You can't get your dad to roll over. He liquidates and takes the pen. That's weird. Why? How often does he change jobs? But yeah, I mean, the rollover, it's kind of complicated, but that way, it's still your money. And then, you don't miss out on anything. My tin? I think I already went over my tin. All right, man. SPY a VWAP. So let's see. Look at the bonds, though. That is still kind of the weird part of today. You still have bonds at a level that are, again, they're barely red. So let's see. Why doesn't he talk about the market? Because it was being used against him. And that's what they said this morning, pretty much. I don't know if it was a Trump statement or somebody from his team, but long story short, since the market rallied crazy under Biden, Trump doesn't care anymore. because then that just means the market will do whatever it wants, and it's not really in relation to what the president does. So, which I've been telling you guys for a long time. That's why even under Biden, our long-term did very well. But I think that's the answer. And I think he doesn't want to highlight it because then you don't want stock market up or down to dictate policy. And people thought that would happen with Trump. And he's been making it very clear from the get-go that he's not playing that game this time around. Because, again, it could be used against him. Because that's why they want the Trump put. They think Trump will stop the pressure if the market goes down because he doesn't want it to hurt his reputation. But now that he doesn't value it like he did in his first term, they don't think we have that. And now it's up to either Powell or something else that you hope will cave. Stocks don't go up 25% a year. So actually, that's where a lot of my theories of this year come into play. So in 2024, we went up over 20% on the SPY in a year. In 2023, we went up over 20%. That has only happened 4 other times in history where you have not only a 20% gain, but back-to-back 20% gains. And every following year is massive. So that's why I've been saying this year has a lot in store, and it depends on the bond market. Because as history has shown us, when you get sizable moves like that, the third year also is extremely volatile, and it either packs a bigger punch to the upside or downside. So that's why it all matches up with what we're dealing with. And that has been something I've been telling you for a while. So I hope you guys are locked into that. My email is tradingfraternity. No, the tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Well, you hit that VWAP, came right back down. Those sweet spots, they worked for a little bit. Hims, I haven't seen Hims. Back to 30. Wasn't it just at like 70? Yeah. So I still don't like Hims, but a lot of names, just be careful about the high positioning. Because this is what I was telling you guys. We're like, you could buy a name, and if you buy it when it has a lot of premium, you could be down 50% while everybody is still up 50% on the year. It's kind of crazy. Call premiums aren't moving down. That's good. I just don't like the bonds. Those double dips work, but it's still today's. It's even different than yesterday. Because yesterday was like you did the little chop, and then let me throw it on a 1 day. Yeah, like we did the chop on the way down, but this seems a lot more flat than like subtle, but it would be around here where we move up or give it like another hour. Bought 2 Target. Nice. I like Target. I think depending on where that plays out, I'm going to keep an eye on it. I'm just stacking my cash. You consider Hims at 25? That's all you, baby boy. It's all you. And then, Joe, is that your property that you're trying to sell? I'd have to look into it a little bit more. I don't really do too much commercial. I'll get back to you on that, though. I mean, I'll see if I have a buyer. I don't know. Looks good. Do you have tenants? Nice one, though. A good entry on Reddit? Oh, I have no idea. Tenant. I mean, it depends on, like, because if you had it listed, what were the reactions you were getting? Because if you could get a tenant, that might help make it easier to sell, but some buyers won't like it. But yeah, let me look into it. I could send it to somebody I know who buys those, and then I'll have an LT or someone contact you. And then SPY's still kind of holding. But yeah, Reddit is just, like I said, Reddit was one of the companies that impressed me. A year ago, this is probably the fastest I've ever seen a company go from like growth to posit like a EBITDA that fast. Like profitability is actually mind-blowing how fast they did it. Now, it did correlate with the election, and I think Reddit will be here in 10 years, and I've known about it my whole life. I just don't like the forward valuation on it. So I think the company is great, but the price I think is very wild. What do I think about mining companies? Ask the Chad. They know my voice. They know the logic. So yeah, it's a simple rule when it comes to the miners. Reddit is basically adult content. No, I think Reddit is more like a jihad training grounds for like a little American kids. Sadly, that's the weird one. Otherwise, Reddit's a great information source. If you're like, oh, I have a Q-tip stuck in my ear. You'll find an article like 15 years ago of like what to do and people asking questions. So there's good info on Reddit. And Reddit used to be the best back in the day, but like straight up, it's becoming a breeding ground of domestic terrorism. So other than that, though, like I said, the company's impressed me. I'm not against them. I just don't like the valuation. Banks aim to sell $8.5 billion Sanofi buyout debt next week. Yeah, there's always somebody has gone through what you've gone through on Reddit. But then that's what I'm saying. Like, I love old Reddit posts. Like, if I ever have a question and then I find a good Reddit article from 10 years ago, it's usually there. Key Kremlin envoy indicates the Trump call is being seen as positive in Moscow. Okay. So get ready. We're getting that's a very subtle one. Oof. I kind of want to do it, bro. Israeli cabinet to meet. So I got a subtle headline. They're saying in Moscow, Russia's seeing it as positive. You know what I'm thinking? Well, be careful. Trying to figure out what's on a man's mind has destroyed many. MDT, yo, Medtronic, that's a medical device. We had stuff related to China. Check MDT. Ay. There's not really any good place. Oh, they're already jacking them up. Fuckers. I had one. They scammed the shit out of it. Oh, they 480'd the one I wanted, bro. Fuck. Check MDT. Damn it, bro. I got one, but I got the shitty ones after they 480'd it. Fuck. Oh, yeah, check MDT. We had another headline earlier, but they just whacked. Bro, they were so cheap, and then they just made all of them 480. FDA removes. Oh, that's not as bad, though. I thought it was going to be a, what's it called? I thought it was going to be China related. So honestly, FDA is not that bad, as weird as that may sound. So it could be a dud. Yeah, they hoed me on it. I had the ones at 10. They doubled up. But no, I grabbed a really cheap one for like 3, but it's too far out the money. If it really flushes, we'll get lucky. Otherwise, I'm going to lose $6. Yeah, I think that one's going to be a dud for sure. So, again, keep it small, but they 480'd it. That was crazy. That's why I jumped on those. I haven't seen that in a while. The contracts were normal, and then they did the 480 across all of them, and then one of them stayed, but then they moved the ones I was bidding on. Kind of cool. And then SPY here at VWAP. So, again, you got that subtle headline. We'll see where that takes us. Honestly, things haven't moved too much, and if we can't get above here, that's kind of been resistance. 480. You guys got to watch the OG snaking the chain video. That's the price of the options. Jensen live in 12 minutes? Are you sure? I thought he was going live at 1. There's no pre-licensing in North Dakota? Reach out to Tyler. See if they have it. Otherwise, go look and see whoever has the, what's it called? Just see whoever has the cheapest one with the lowest or like the cheapest prerequisite. That's all you need. Classic option price quirks, right? Shout out those, baby. Paying attention. All right. Yeah, MGT dud. And then SPY, I mean, this is nice for now as long as it holds. As long as it holds. SPY above VWAP, finally. I mean, again, this is, we're above Euro sell. This one was just the random premium and then premium kill. And then this was like really the first real level, which I think you get support again. Yeah, 56.21. You get 56.42 is the next. That's like the real big level. So not bad. You got 1240. So I guess Nvidia might be live soon. So get ready. I hope it goes good now because if Nvidia could hold us up, that would be nice. Otherwise, class action dismissed against Amazon. I think we read that early. Putin envoy Dmitriev under leadership of President Putin and Trump. The world has become a much safer place today. That came out 30 seconds ago. So, yeah, another subtle positive one. But now, look, the subtle headline drove us up. The confirmation headline, you kind of have a red. But bonds are lower, lowest they've been in like 30 minutes. What up, Mackle? How you doing, baby? Good morning. All right, well, let's see. Half a decade, baby. Where is he? Trump-Putin call has ended. Phone call lasted about an hour. So, again, in Russian, headlines are saying it's positive, but, I mean, we don't know yet. So, that's going to be your final confirmation.
Of the S-curve adoption.
Oh, yeah. Wow. So, here's the NVIDIA thing.
across our customers.
Because I think most people who are watching this at home or perhaps in the arena
What
right now
is the fake
don't realize
ESPN? Is this
exactly what Dell's role is in this world? I mean, that you see Nvidia's financial results and you see, wow, they're doing great in
This
the
is
enterprise.
wild.
Wow, they're selling a lot of DGXs, and that server business must be doing great. But we just spoke with the CEO of Foxconn. It's not like it rolls out of Foxconn and I'm like, oh, great, I'll just take that and I'll rack that myself in my own data center. They kind of need to call Dell or someone like Dell in order to actually
very
deploy.
few customers do that. So when you get into the commercial and enterprise customers, yes, they want accelerated servers, but they also want
I was like, what is this?
storage, and we're the leader in data storage.
That's Michael
larger
Dell, I'm
than
pretty
the
sure.
next 3 competitors combined. And there's a bunch of services that go around, the installation, deployment of these, and we've been expert at that. And so you put all that together, we've been able to continue to grow the business. Our infrastructure business last year grew at 29% to about $45 billion, something like that.
It's a big business to grow that fast.
It'll keep growing substantially.
Spy
this
calls
year
are getting
as well.
slashed, even though you ran up.
It's just the most amazing story that Dell and Nvidia, this company that you started in your college dorm room to sell PCs to end customers.
And a peripheral graphics card
And Nvidia
maker.
started to make this for gamers, and here you are selling $45 billion worth of AI equipment to data centers and enterprises last year. It's just incredible.
And this year our revenues will be $105 billion or something like that total.
Yeah, bro, they just slashed calls on that.
And
they just went up 30% from the piece headline, and then now that red candle just killed them.
For everything. So we can deliver from the desktop to the notebook, the workstation, the data center, cloud, financing, services, everything.
Right. Your segments kind of grow together, because if somebody's coming to you for an AI factory, they're probably also buying PCs from you too.
Well, we make it easy for them because it all works together and they don't have to go piece it together with 20 different companies, and they like that. Yeah. And it works well, it's reliable, we got a great supply chain. They know they can count on us to deliver.
Oil dumping.
Well, Gavin, we want to turn it to you.
Yeah,
now,
bro, that has
your
to be
story with
peace.
NVIDIA. Do you remember? Can you tell us?
So look, oil dumping. I don't see any headlines.
Share of NVIDIA on the public markets.
Sure. I don't know if I.
But yeah,
remember the exact moment. But
Nike
I was
on the
young, analyst at Fidelity in January of the year 2000. I was assigned coverage of small and mid-cap semiconductors. NVIDIA was a relatively new company. It was small.
Less than $1 billion market cap.
Bonds are trying to come
Probably
up.
right around there. I had never met anyone like Jensen, and I feel very lucky that as a young man, I met him and kind of a template for what an exceptional CEO looks like. But it was probably first half of the year 2000. The Riva 128, I think, was maybe 18 months in the past. They were very excited about the Xbox partnership, and it was going to be a really big branding event that
that was like a $500 million revenue deal that they got.
It was a giant deal for them. It really de-risked the business, and it was a big deal for them at the
Bro,
time.
did y'all see people playing Halo?
The box that the Xbox came in.
I want to kind of do it. They have like a
sticker.
fake OG Xbox Live.
Really
Take that Intel inside.
Yeah,
we got the Xbox.
You got a Ming Chi quote on Nvidia, so you guys know that analyst Ming Chi. He's saying something about Nvidia and quantum. Watch the quantum plays as well. That's coming out now.
Really decimating the other, 3D graphics, they used to call them graphics cards. Nvidia invented the term GPU. But Voodoo and 3DFX, they were kind of the big gorilla. And Nvidia put them out of business, kind of bought their IP, took over their 100 best engineers. So they're taking a lot of share, had a couple of great product cycles, and then you had this kind of Xbox kind of turbocharging all of it, and it was incredible.
Wow. So that was the early 2000s. Over time, I believe you and Fidelity became NVIDIA's largest shareholder. How did you build the conviction and the case that you're not going to make this becoming their largest shareholder on the strength of an Xbox thesis?
Yeah, no, and there were a lot of people involved in that. I think my friend Steve Weimer is actually technically the largest shareholder. He was a great investor. But
NVIDIA's.
Yes, sir. Intel. High
I
ticker
listened
has a
to
lot
some
of
the
juice.
earlier segments, and
Trump
people
Putin call
talked
ended.
about CUDA being,
That's coming out again.
2007. And
so again, this is the Nvidia thing. I think Jensen's going to be on in the next 10 minutes. You got word of peace or the call ending. We got a little boost, but it's not any crazy follow through. And then Trump signs at 3:30, so near the end of the day.
And other than deep learning, I think that was the most excited I've ever seen Jensen, at least to investors. Because, at the time, NVIDIA was a relatively small company. Windows was this, giant platform, giant force. And here they were endorsing using the GPU for things other than graphics.
Man, bonds coming back up.
So being used
so
for,
bonds end up hitting a new high. This might be over.
All sorts of science, Blue Gene. And then that really paved the way for what NVIDIA was able to accomplish with deep learning. And to me, the most important moment, and something that I think is really underrated in the history of NVIDIA and how we came to be here. And there would be no AI revolution without NVIDIA and Jensen, was he had put something called tensor cores on the Volta data center GPU, the V100.
That's like the 2016 era data center.
And then towards
GPU?
the end, they had this Titan V card, which was kind of like somewhere between a very high-end consumer GPU and a workstation GPU that had these tensor cores. And tensor cores were highly
I saw
optimized,
Nike on the low, yeah.
Basically for
remember, they ran up yesterday, but
for,
then they have earnings.
Manipulating tensors, doing all the things you do in deep learning. But then the true kind of bet the company, burn the ships moment was putting tensor cores in the Turings, the 2080s, the consumer GPUs. And this was a giant bet because these tensor cores, at the time, they introduced something called DLSS.
It seems like we got good comments, but
graphics
we don't really know yet, and then it's still going to be up to Zelensky. But we haven't heard from Trump yet.
And if their competitor had their act together at the time, they were dedicating a lot of real estate on the chip to something other than graphics. It was an incredibly risky decision for the company to bet what was by then their biggest business, to almost disadvantage their biggest business in consumer GPUs, to make it easier for developers anywhere who could buy one of these lower priced consumer GPUs to use the tensor cores, do AI. And I mean, it was true burn the ships moment.
I don't think that's widely understood that was a bet the company move, because they were saying, we're going to take some of this power, this real estate on this chip, and we're going to actually deprioritize a thing that we're neck to neck with competitors on because we're starting to put our energy in this other direction.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think it's an incredible leadership moment, strategic vision, and it's a risky and bold decision, that led to all of this.
It's crazy. Well, real quick, a quick break to say, if you are watching us in the SAP Center right now, please make your way to your seats. The keynote is starting very soon, and you don't want to miss Jensen's
So he is
opening
coming
remarks.
on.
So
you guys are right.
Seats, and thank you.
I thought it was going to be at 1, but yeah.
I think that's the right transition to...
I think your boy's about to speak.
Maybe, Michael, for you. Jensen. This man who today has attracted all of us here, this incredible venue, everything that's happening.
Originally a small vendor to your PC business.
Yeah. How have you watched him grow?
Yeah, no, look, I think as Gavin said, he's made a bunch of bold, incredibly insightful decisions, and saw the importance of this much earlier than anybody else.
What do you guys think? What kind of jacket?
Big on it. And has led with incredible, relentless precision in execution.
You gonna do the crocodile?
And never relenting on high aspirations. And
ostrich, elephant
it's
leather.
Something to behold. I mean, it's incredible what's happening in our world today as we sort of transition from 60 years of calculating and computing to now machines that are helping us.
Okay, bond's still going up though, so just watch out. Because you got good relief with bond Nvidia relief, but we're still dancing around. I think we're kind of waiting on either Jensen or Peace. Either or
incredibly
something.
excited
But then
to
again,
see,
Apple's already
where that
flushing. Watch out.
leads all of us
This
in
isn't a
terms of
market where,
the
too, we might
capabilities
get our
that we have. I
headlines
think,
and then the market
Gavin
ignores
and I were
it.
talking about the capabilities that each of us individually have just in using these models
Oh, it's amazing.
in our daily life. You multiply that by
high
billions
ticker
of people
slowing
having
down, low
access
ticker
to these
picking up,
tools.
dollars on the
It's
low.
just an incredible
Apple
speed-up
flushing
moment,
right
I
now.
think, for the world.
I have yet to ask a large public CEO this question. How has it changed your personal workflow? Like what AI's tools do you use and for what tasks?
You know, I would say I use all of them and
I don't need names of any.
voraciously.
You don't have to use
What Michael Dell
products, but
workloads are being taken over by AI?
You know, it's kind of one of my favorite analysts because
Okay,
I'll
Apple
get an answer
flushing.
back
Look at
in
Nvidia
7
too.
to 10 minutes.
So you are getting right back to that peace rumor zone.
So,
Calls are
often
down.
I'll open multiple tabs and
even the
talk to
Qs
many
are
different
still
models
green,
at
but
the
they're
same
coming
time.
down.
Yeah.
And certainly inside our business and our customers are aggressively adopting these tools to be able to grow faster and to be able to innovate
double the
faster
guidance
and to
today.
make our companies more productive and more efficient and sort of reimagine everything we do given all this power. And yeah, I think that's all companies want to do that. They need a lot of help, by the way, in doing that. It's not an easy thing to do, but I think we'll all be in a very different place in a few years, and the companies that are aggressive in understanding how this can reshape.
Okay, bigger flush, no headline. You're just giving up the little piece ones.
Be best positioned.
Yeah. Gavin, same question to you. What has changed in your workflow?
So I'd just say I use Grok 3, I would say, several hours a day now. And just very specifically, I was trying to remember, I was reflecting
several hours a day now
on all of the hard things that Jensen and Nvidia went through to get here.
All right, you're flushing there. Those callers got murdered.
You know, a friend of mine used
the
to say
peace
that
calls
Jensen
work.
was
They went up
always-
30. Now they're
storm the
down
Intel
30.
castle
So
for
again, and then
years.
the other
And then he
shitty
tried to
plays
storm-
came back up 30.
Yeah, then he tried to
castle.
storm the Qualcomm castle. And
So
I
you
was
got a
trying
little
to
balance
remember,
between the two.
Coming
So
out of
puts
the
are back
financial
up, calls
crisis, Nvidia
got
had a
washed.
product called the Ion
Puts have way
chipset.
more premium.
And for a while, it was by
But next
far their
bounce will
fastest
die.
growing product. It went into
That's a big
laptops.
drop, bro. That's
It had
1
really good
point,
graphics.
1.5 points
It made
in
the
4
PC
minutes.
a lot better, but it was really taking a lot of the PC bomb away from Intel. So I was trying to remember, what did Intel do that essentially just switched that business off? And Grok, on the way driving here, Grok found it for me in 2012. Intel said we're not going to certify Ion chipsets on Intel motherboards, and that essentially killed what was this great business. That was incredible. And the great thing now is, having tried to storm these castles, now Jensen has his own castle, and it's a much better and bigger castle than the Intel or Qualcomm castles ever were.
That's an interesting. Maybe can you quantify Nvidia's moat versus the moat?
Apple again, bro.
Sort of the
I was
platform
telling you
owners
guys
of
in the
all.
morning that was the if this thing dies or
I was
fuck.
reflecting.
So yeah, Apple I think literally just brought you down.
Of Michael Jordan,
And then
this
oil
putting another
down
friend
on
of
peace
mine,
talks.
Antonio, Michael Jordan, you could see him in his heyday. He would say to the opponent defending him, "I'm going to go left, and then I'm going to dunk on you."
And it didn't matter.
And Jensen has laid out his strategy.
Yeah.
He's told everyone, "I'm going left, and I'm going to dunk." First, it was CUDA.
That's funny.
And then it was networking with the Mellanox acquisition, which was incredible. And then it was assembling all of that into a system. And then, maybe 2 years ago, he said, like my unit of competition, it's not GPUs anymore. It's not GPUs plus network. It's not even, chips plus software. It's not even systems. It's the whole data center.
The data center is the computer.
Yeah, and integrating all of that is really, really hard to do. And the world, I think, up until 3 years ago, was very cost focused. If you were a hyperscaler, you cared about cost. And Jensen came in with a Ferrari at a moment where performance was all that mattered. And because, the Ferrari was so fast, It was actually, he had this phrase, the more you spend, the more you save.
That's how we're familiar.
We're playing bingo today to try to see if he says it a bunch.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure he will. Yeah. But it's a powerful moat.
Yeah.
It is. It's funny. When we first started doing our NVIDIA series a few years ago, we thought, NVIDIA is a chip company. It's a semiconductor company. And we still get calls from people that want to talk about, like, are their chips really that far ahead of Google's? Or, what
Citigroup,
about all the other
Pfizer to
chips?
dispose of Halion stake.
It's not the chips. It's the system.
We've seen this before.
Absolutely. And the software. It is just very funny. The
U.S.
one reason
mission
NVIDIA
tells
was so good at
China.
GPUs was I'm a big gamer, and
U.S. mission tells China, Canada it's ready to confer after countries bought trade disputes. WTO documents, and then again, Pfizer's dumping stake in Halion.
They're always optimizing the engines, and then the games on top of the engines. And they took that same muscle to AI, where they optimize the frameworks like TensorFlow and PyTorch, and those are like the game engines.
Yep.
And then the algorithms are like the games. So this was a muscle that they had honed for nearly 20 years, and they were world-class at, and then they applied that to AI, and it's one reason it's been so hard to compete with them.
Well, thank you both. We've got a keynote to get to. Really appreciate your time here today. Really special.
Yeah,
Thanks
it
for
was
having
very
us.
special to have both of you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, it was an honor.
Thanks, guys.
Absolutely.
Great job.
Thank you.
Listeners, a big thank you to Michael Dell, to Gavin Baker for bringing our morning to a fantastic close. I feel personally lucky to sit with these guys since they've had a front row seat and participated in the entire story dating all the way back to the early days.
They just scammed those calls, but then those other
Thank you so much.
the sweet spot ones are up 50.
All of our chapters that we've covered today in NVIDIA's journey, from the early days in graphics cards, as we've seen, to accelerated computing, and now the AI-driven world that we're living in. It's been an incredible journey.
Yeah, this morning, where are we? We're at 9:50 a.m. has already been a wild ride, and we're just getting started with the keynote coming up here.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Okay.
No music. Calm down. All right, well, we're waiting for your boy, and again, the peace talk so far, it's affecting oil. That's the good catalyst, and you got a little bit, but now you faded as Apple is dumping, and then as we are getting ready for this keynote to begin, and then Donald Trump is going to be on here in a couple of hours to sign bills, and we're going to hear more. We're getting some Israeli headlines.
Center of the morning is just like...
I think they're playing that so that they could copyright you in the background. So we'll see. Again, calls and puts, they just flip-flopped. So I was up 40% on calls. Now I'm up 40 on the puts. And then the puts are down 40. So, they were around the same price. So it's literally a net zero. But, yeah, very interesting. I think we're going to get a little bit more, though. Only way you lose is if you stay here. So if we break out of any of these zones, we have a lot of room to move up or down. But if you can't break out here, the market maker's going to, that's a 7, baby. They're going to rack in all the chips. My plays with calls for tomorrow are doing way better.
4 full episodes on NVIDIA's history.
They really have a pregame. They got a pregame show, everything. Pin duo. So that's starting to move now a little bit more. Oh, bad. All right, still going down. So watch if China even flips. I would keep an eye on Apple. We're going to have an eye on Nvidia, but I was telling you the first time. Yeah, TLT is not really playing along, though. It's getting odd.
Great.
Is this it? Are they going to it? All right, but SPY, you're right back to the Eurozone. You broke out of it. We ran on Euro close. Again, this was that. That's it? Wait, what? Oh, hold on. Do we have to move to the keynote? Yeah, they got the video now. SPY going lower. I think this is it. And then watch more tech on the low. You're about to hit another low. Okay, now the calls are down 50 from the piece headline, but the puts are up 80. So now the puts are starting to ramp up on that. Yeah, it's on a different one. This is it, though. They're like, I don't know if this is the intro. If you guys see him talking, let me know. White House is expected to provide a readout soon of the Trump-Putin call. See, that'll be round 2. We're waiting for that one. My goodness. Boop, 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 boop. All right. Not too bad. Okay, about to hit a new low. I like it though. I'm mad that those calls. I should have taken those at 30, but I'm happy that the puts are outperforming. You want to sell out of your raw. What are you trying to do? I think that's what matters. Look at bonds. They're starting to go now. Again, we're waiting for the keynote to begin. They won't begin. Again, that readout, I think the piece comments are already like embedded into the market. You just don't have like a political headline pump behind it. So that's what I think you're going to need. But then again, I mean, that's it. Once we get over that, maybe we just start moving on. It's almost 10. He wants car parts. That's all you want to. So you want to sell your long term to buy car parts? I mean, why do you want it? Do you need a top mount turbo and manifold, or is that just a want? I mean, you listen. If that's all you want in life, why not? I mean, go ahead, but I would use your long term for a house. That's what I've been trying to tell people for the last couple years, and even recently we focused on that a lot because that's your house. You have a, I think Uncle said it. Don't care about your whip. I got a crib in my portfolio. Mm-hmm. Then your friends make fun of you for being slow. How old are you? And then one of you might die. So just be careful. Okay? And that's coming from somebody with fast cars who was young. You're 31 years old. There's no way you care about your friends thinking you're slow then. That's impossible. Yeah, what do you mean you're 31 years old? I mean that respectfully. I'm not even trying to shit on you, bro. There's no way. Like, if I thought you were like 21 tops, if you're like, okay, my friends think my car is slow. You are 30 years old, sir. You could go as slow as you like. You know that, right? You could go as slow as you like at 30 years old. You know that? Because you get hernias at 30. You get a lot of things at 30 where, yeah, that's not. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, if you ever ask me some dumb shit like that again, I'm banning you, okay? Just like I said, I don't like having these conversations where you guys are just throwing in your weird desires into the chat and expecting me to give you a solid financial answer to these, or like, you know what I'm saying? Just like the one yesterday and or 2 days ago and now this. No fucking way, bro. We're not doing this shit. We're not doing this shit. Brian O'Connor in the chat. That's funny. See, these are the moments where I wish I was a real cult leader. You know that? I wish. Because I think the money would be better off if I just convinced you that the world was going to end, and it's better to give me your money. You know that? That's why sometimes I do wish I was a real cult leader for some of y'all. Because I'm like, there's no way you're going to go and do all of this shit. I am a cult leader, but like, bro, I'm not, nobody's giving me a property yet. I'm not using the fear of the world to just get you to give me all your money. But I think I might have to at this point because we have a lot of desires when the long term goes up. Mm-hmm. Keyword yet. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, we could pivot in any direction, but at this point, I'm like, wow. You'll buy me a house? Inshallah. Inshallah, Habibi. Okay, now they're slashing puts. Now it's matched up. Now puts and calls are same, up and down. 30 up, 30 down. Okay, you just literally retested the bottom. Bonds came back up, and then now you're right in the middle. I just wanted to slash everything. Yeah, it's not a bad idea to get out of those puts. It's been an hour, literally. So that's it. They're going to take another step down after this. The next move up or down, they're done. Are they still just playing this? Isn't this the Elon intro? So as Jensen came out, I told you he's going to be at 1. See, I thought it was going to be early, but nah. U.S. stocks extend fall. Dow hit 1%. That was 5 minutes ago. Now it's back to 0.8. You're going back up, but shit. Just watch out and look at Nvidia. Actually, Nvidia's taking off. That's starting to lead right now. That's actually where all of this is coming from. Because look, Apple's still down. Low ticker has pressure. Take note, Nvidia's going vertical here a little bit. I wouldn't call it vertical, but that's definitely standing out in this environment. Okay, puts went negative. Calls are still negative now. And Meta, there might be an announcement there. Jim Cramer's at the Nvidia event? No way. It might. Now it's literally up over $1 right there. So, yeah, Chad, you're waking up. I think this is just tech now. They fucking hate you, dude. So, yeah, Nvidia's going up right now. I don't have a headline. We are getting ready for it. It already sold, so I don't know if this is buy the rumor or not. But, look, this is just pure momentum stocks moving us up right now. And that's after hitting the high on piece, sell off all of it. And now we come back up. Nothing happened, just Nvidia's moving. That's it. I'm telling you, it's all Nvidia right now. Because Apple brought you down, and then Nvidia didn't come down as much. And now look at Nvidia. That's starting to run up. And then that has way big of an effect on the SPY. Israeli military sirens in several areas. Well, where is this shit? Okay, I think we might have to punt. I'm not waiting for this guy. Fuck, I don't care how much he's worth. Damn it. Bloomberg propaganda.
Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines
political
in
segment.
Washington.
Follow me on
Welcome to
Instagram
the
at the Trading
edition,
Fraternity.
The early edition
Real
of
Coke News
Balance
on
of Power
Twitter.
here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Kaylee, a lot of references to Yalta today, but it's unclear if these two had any breakthroughs in this call.
Yeah, as we have yet to hear from the White House or from the Kremlin, for that matter, as to what the content of this conversation was. We just know it lasted for some time, over 90 minutes.
Why are you lying? We heard from the Kremlin already. Well, technically, you heard from the Russian advisor, so they lying.
The White House would be eager to
Bond when issued
has made it very clear what he wants to achieve here.
That's true. He does have an event on the guidance for a bit later today, but it was closed press. Kaylee, there's still a chance that we'll hear from Donald Trump, even though apparently this call ended some time ago, about 90 minutes ago, if that turns out to be the case. We've had a couple of reports to that effect so far. He could speak. We could also get a written readout on the call, which would be typical, but of course, some of the traditions that we associate with the White House are not always put forth by this administration. We'll just have to wait and see what this day brings.
And that's why we also have to keep keep our True Social feeds up and refreshed, because it just as easily could come from there. So we'll keep watching to see if we get a readout. We also have to talk about the courts today, as the backlash of a federal district judge over the Venezuelan deportation flights over the weekend has now actually resulted in a rare statement from the Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court, John Roberts, who says it's not appropriate to pursue impeachment.
Something that the president suggested just today on Truth Social, and has been a daily hobby for Elon Musk to talk about impeaching judges. It looks like he's just trying to stop this conversation. It's not exactly a process underway that he's standing in front of, but we'll have more on that coming up this hour.
Indeed, we will. Just like right now, we have more on what's moving in markets on this Tuesday. Charlie Pellet has a look from New York. Hey, Charlie.
And good day from New York, with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all very much in the red. All about Nvidia at this hour. Nvidia shares trading lower right now. We have got Nvidia trading down as CEO Jensen Huang is about to speak in San Jose, California at the GPU Tech Conference AI. It is an event described by the New York Times as the Super Bowl of AI. 25,000 people in attendance right now. We got Nvidia as he's about to speak down by 1.1%. Yes, we will bring you those headlines as they become available.
Whoa, that's a bond auction. That's why I put the wire up for you.
Preparing for the Fed's decision tomorrow on interest
20-year 4632. Wow.
President Trump's trade policies.
Yeah, that's why I put the wire up.
S&P right now down 60 points.
You see, I think about you guys. I think about you.
351, down 0.8%.
But yeah, it's good bond on a 20-year. Great auction.
Down 1.5% to be sure.
But that's what's going to
very close to
shut up, Charlie. That's what's going to make everything weird, because now you got bonds going up because of demand in the auction, not because of fear. So now you might get from here on out TLT and stocks up, or wait till TLT stops and then this keeps going. And then Nvidia breaking out, watch Intel, and then calls are still down, believe it or not. They literally just hate us and killed those. Oh, man, excuse me. All right, yeah, but great bond auction, bro.
You get your podcasts, and Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Haley Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. Here in Washington, we are waiting with bated breath to get a readout of the call that we understand lasted for more than an hour and a half this morning between President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin. Of course, a conversation that was widely anticipated, especially after last week, U.S. and Ukrainian officials agreed to the terms of potentially a 30-day ceasefire. The problem is, Joe, you need Russia to sign up for that as well, and it's a big question as to what Russia would ask for in return to making such an agreement. We expect President Putin may have given President Trump an idea of that today, but we just don't know exactly what was said.
Knowing that there had been talks underway that led to this call, and it was just last weekend on Air Force One, President Trump said discussions had taken place about dividing up assets. Those are the words he used. Quote, "We'll be talking about land. We'll be talking about power plants," unquote, suggesting that they're pretty far down the road on this without President Zelensky at the table.
Yeah, these conversations, at least to this point, are happening basically entirely separately, not direct contact between Ukraine and Russia.
Well, as Kelly mentioned, we're waiting for a readout, but we want to bring you to the White House right now. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall is standing by as we wait for news. Tyler, what do we know?
Yeah, hey, Joe. Well, I can confirm that the White House has told us reporters here that we will be getting a readout shortly. What we do know going into these calls is Bloomberg News was reporting that Putin has called for a halt to all weapon flows into Ukraine, or at a minimum, according to sources familiar, no more
everything you were
US
watching up until now.
It remains to be seen if that's something that the White House would potentially agree to.
India considering adopting next generation bullet train
assistance
for
and
high
intelligence
speed
sharing
rail
with Ukraine in order to get them on board to backing this 30-day ceasefire proposal that Kaylee was mentioning there. Our reporting indicating that Russia might be slow rolling these negotiations over these concerns about Western military assistance, Ukraine's sovereignty, and then also, of course, what to do with these seized territories. Now, going into this call, this White House really projected at least some sort of optimism, considering that Vladimir Putin has not publicly committed to that 30-day peace plan. And I had the chance to speak with one foreign policy expert who told me this is really a tightrope act for Russia going forward here, because Moscow does want to see these improved relations with Washington. For example, our reporting indicating that we were expecting commerce ties to be discussed during that call today. And I had the chance to catch up with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent here on the White House North Lawn earlier this morning. And I asked him how the U.S. is going to use its economic might going into this phone call. And he said at this point, it is all, quote, path dependent as the U.S. weighs potentially amping up those sanctions in order to get Russia to the negotiating table. Joe and Kaylee, a lot of big questions still remaining, but perhaps most pertinent, perhaps also path dependent at this point. What are security guarantees going to look like for Ukraine? Up to this point, the White House has not committed to any such guarantees.
All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live at the White House for us on Bloomberg TV and radio. Thank you so much. We want to continue this conversation.
We're not getting anything. Italy PM, no need for further budget tightening. So I don't know. I'm getting European headlines, but at this point, I want to just say it's the weird momentum. But now these little moves just killed everything. So now puts and calls are wiped. You got to go one extra day. Those are fucked until we get the final move. Actually, the puts are green, but now the calls are down. But now the ratio is getting fucked up. Remember, they matched up for a little bit, and then now you got the bonds going. But bonds are going off of something else. I hope you bought it when I was telling you there if you wanted the downside, but now I hope you see the difference. TLT is finally green. NASDAQ still down 1.5, SPY 1.1, Russell down 1.0, and then Dow Jones down 0.9. But not too bad. Italy, again, you got those headlines. Where the is Jensen, bro? Yeah, Apple. It's everybody. Don't forget Google is down like 4% today. Tesla's down 5%. So just once again, bro, once we do if tech don't hold up, you could have 500 names, 497 names go up, 93, and then nothing will happen. So unfortunately, that's just the pervasive impact of this rally that we have had over the last couple of years. That Mag 7 domination, this is what happens. We dealt with this on the way up, if you guys remember. Remember, you'd have bad news days, and then the market would just rip because every stock would dump, and then Nvidia would go up. All right, I think it's starting. You're getting the disclaimer. This presentation contains several sequences of quickly flashing lights. If you have seizures, please do not watch or buy a better graphics card. Brought to you by Nvidia. Yasemba.
This is
how I misread. I thought they were going to have Jensen, in front of the circle of life
tokens,
with like Michael Saylor fucking holding him up, by the shoulders.
Tokens have opened
like, this is yours, Simba. This is yours.
The first step into an extraordinary world where endless possibilities are born. Tokens transform images into scientific data, charting alien atmospheres and guiding the explorers of tomorrow. They turn raw data into foresight. So next time, we'll be ready. Tokens decode the laws of physics to get us there faster.
So loud.
And take us further.
Oh, that wasn't a Tesla.
Tokens see disease before it takes hold.
I don't know. They put a fake Ford stock image.
They help us unravel the language of life and learn what makes us tick. Tokens connect the dots so we can protect our most noble creatures. They turn potential into plenty. And help us harvest our bounty. Tokens don't just teach robots how to move, but to bring joy.
What's the contract address? Where's token? Post the contract address. Wait, I don't see token. Stupid. Where's token? Post CA.
And put
Where's
life
token?
within reach.
Post CA.
Together, we take the next great leap to bravely go where no one has gone before. And here,
why is
where it all
GM dumping?
begins.
There might be an announcement about autos. That's odd. Yeah, look, GM and Ford slightly lower, but GM sold off.
Woo! We love you, Jensen! Welcome to the stage, NVIDIA founder and CEO, Jensen Huang.
This is a wild intro music to walk out to.
Welcome to GTC!
Wild. He said, cue the savior music. Cue this, I want to come out to savior music, please.
We wanted to do this at NVIDIA. So through the magic of artificial intelligence,
I'm just waiting till he tells a joke and nobody laughs.
Bring you
he gonna lose it. Watch.
To NVIDIA's headquarters.
That's the problem of making billions of dollars. You'll see.
I think I'm bringing you.
I got
to
a lot of
NVIDIA's
money on it.
headquarters.
You'll watch. He gonna tell a joke. No one's gonna get it, or they won't laugh as much as he wants them to.
What do you think?
And he's gonna start like.
This is.
He'll get pissed.
This is where we work. This is where we work. What an amazing year it was, and we have a lot of incredible things to talk about. And I just want you to know that I'm up here without a net. There are no scripts, there's no teleprompter, and I've got a lot of things to cover, so let's get started.
Fuck that, I
First
can
of
do
all,
that too.
I want to thank
Fuck
all
you.
of the sponsors, all the amazing
What's his
people
name?
who are part
His
of this
name
conference.
Johnny Huang? Fuck
Just
you,
about
Johnny.
every single industry is represented.
Fuck you.
Healthcare is here.
Oh, you're fucking
Transportation,
retail,
retail,
brain.
Gosh, the computer industry. Everybody in the computer industry is here. And so it's really, really terrific to see all of you, and thank you for sponsoring it. GTC started with GeForce. It all started with GeForce. And today, I have here a GeForce 5090.
And today, all of your computers are outdated now.
And 5090, unbelievably, 25 years later, 25 years after we started working on GeForce, GeForce is sold out all over the
Nvidia
world.
rocketing now.
This is the 5090,
Again,
the
the opposite
Blackwell
of sell the
generation.
news.
And comparing it to the 4090, look how it's 30% smaller in volume. It's 30%
So is the
at
market
dissipating
concentration,
energy
Jensen.
and incredible performance.
That's why now
Hard
the
to even
stock market
compare, and the
doesn't
reason
move
for
unless
that
your stock
is
moves.
because of artificial intelligence.
Got bigger
GeForce
and
brought
smaller.
CUDA to the world. CUDA enabled AI, and AI has now come back to revolutionize computer graphics. What you're looking at is real-time computer graphics, 100% path traced. For every pixel that's rendered, artificial intelligence predicts the other 15.
What about the bird sounds?
Think about this for a second.
Okay,
for every
Nvidia
pixel
ripping.
that we mathematically rendered, artificial intelligence inferred the other 15. And it has to do so with so much precision that the image looks right, and it's temporally accurate, meaning that from frame to frame to frame, going forward or backwards because it's computer graphics, it has to stay temporally stable. Incredible. Artificial intelligence has made extraordinary progress. It has only been 10 years. Now, we've been talking about AI for a little longer than that. But AI really came into the world's consciousness about a decade ago. Started with perception AI, computer vision, speech recognition, then generative AI. The last 5 years, we've largely focused on generative AI, teaching an AI how to translate from one modality to another modality, text to image, image to text to video, amino acids to proteins, properties to chemicals, all kinds of different ways that we can use AI to generate content. Generative AI fundamentally
AI could do everything
how
except
computing is done.
prevent
From
the dangers
a
of a
retrieval
tariff,
computing
apparently.
model, we now have a generative computing
So I'm not
model.
buying it.
Whereas almost everything that we did in the past
How are we going to
was
save the
about
world, but tariffs going to end us?
creating
That's
content
bullshit.
in advance, storing multiple versions of it, and fetching whatever version we think is appropriate at the moment of use. Now,
Daniel,
AI
I'm
understands
banning
the
you. We're
context,
done with your fucking car
understands
chat in the
what we're
chat.
asking, understands the meaning of our
Jesus,
request,
loves you.
and generates
Move
what
on.
it knows.
Save your money.
If it needs, it'll retrieve
Why are we
information, augments
having
its
this
understanding,
conversation?
and generate answer for us. Rather than retrieving data, it now generates answers. Fundamentally changed how computing is done. Every single layer of computing has been transformed. The last several years, the last couple, 2-3 years, major breakthrough happened. Fundamental advance in artificial intelligence. We call it agentic AI. Agentic AI basically means that you have an AI that has agency.
Uh-oh.
It can
He's using the
perceive
same
and
chart as last
understand
time?
the context of the circumstance.
What kind of Super Bowl they run in the
It can
same place?
reason, very importantly, it can reason about how to answer or how to solve a problem, and it can plan in action. It can plan and take action. It can use tools because it now understands multimodality information. It can go to a website and look at the format of the website, words and videos, maybe even play a video. Learns from what it learns from that website.
Bonds are still holding up, but you have the
understands it, and come
auction.
back
Reverse
and use that
repos up to
information,
149
use that
billion.
newfound knowledge to do its job. Agentic AI. At the foundation of agentic AI, of course, something that's very new, reasoning. And then, of course, the next wave is already happening. We're going to talk a lot about that today. Robotics, which has been enabled by physical AI. AI that understands the physical world. It understands things like friction and inertia, cause and effect, object permanence. When some corner doesn't mean it's disappeared from this universe. It's still there, just not seeable. And so that ability to understand the physical world, the three-dimensional world, is what's going to enable a new era of AI we call physical AI, and it's going to enable robotics. Each one of these phases, each one of these waves opens up new market opportunities for all of us. It brings more and new partners to GTC. As a result, GTC is now jam-packed. The only way to hold more people at GTC is we're going to have to grow San Jose. And we're working on it.
Putin, Trump discussed Ukraine. Russian headline.
So that we can make GTC look. I have to just, as I'm standing here, I wish all of you could see what I see. And we're in the middle of a stadium. And last year was the first year back that we did this live. And it was like a rock concert. And it was described, GTC was described as the Woodstock of AI. And this year it's described as the Super Bowl of AI.
Clap, mother. Trump agreed to stay in contact.
The only difference is
that's
everybody wins at this Super Bowl.
Yo, so I guess they're not going to be I think it sounded way more peaceful than it was. So, yeah, I think that's why you're getting a red there. Be careful, though. It might turn red to green, but I think first read on that is negative. I think the fact that they're saying they agreed to stay in contact, that means there's not any advancements. They say Kremlin, Ukraine, Russia to swap 175 for 175 prisoners of war. That's it. It's a prisoner of war swap. So it's a step in the right direction, but I think we overestimated it. I don't think you're going to get a peace deal. I think you're going to get a prisoner swap. It'll be a step in the right direction, but you're still going to have a couple of weeks here and there of playing this back and forth.
Digital experience. How do you solve the data problem? The second is how do you solve the training problem without human in the loop? The reason why human in the loop is fundamentally challenging is because we only have so much time, and we would like an AI to be able to learn at superhuman rates, at super real-time rates, and to be able to learn at a scale that no humans can keep up with. And so the second question is, how do you train the model? And the third is, how do you scale? How do you find an algorithm whereby the more resource you provide, whatever the resource is, the smarter the AI becomes? The scaling law. Well, this last year, this is where almost the entire world
I got rid
got
of
it
the
wrong.
calls, 30% loss. Whack.
The computation requirement, the scaling law of AI is more resilient and, in fact, hyper-accelerated. The amount of computation we need at this point as a result of agentic AI, as a result of reasoning,
they just scam
is
me.
easily 100 times more than we
Well,
thought
fuck,
we
I got to get
needed
rid of the puts now,
this
too.
time last year.
They're right
And
at
let's
break
reason
even. I was
about
just,
why
I
that's
just
true.
sent out that fucking stream
The first
alert.
part is, let's just go from what the AI can do.
I still have my
Let me
QQQ,
work
though.
backwards.
I'm okay with that, though.
Agentic AI, as I
So now
mentioned,
I'm out of the puts and
is
calls.
reasoning.
30% loss.
We
Again,
now
it was
have
like,
AIs
what? 12
that can
bucks?
reason,
And then
which
I
is
got out of
fundamentally
the
about
puts break even.
breaking a problem
and then
down step by
QQQ is still
step.
up. Yeah, they just
Maybe
scammed the
it
fuck out of me, though.
approaches a problem
Because I could have got break
in
even on
a
that.
few
I
different
took
ways and
$12
selects the
loss
best
for no
answer.
reason.
Maybe it solves the problems, the same problem in a variety of ways, and ensure it has the same answer, consistency checking. Or maybe after it's done deriving the answer, it plugs it back into the equation, maybe a quadratic equation, to confirm that, in fact, that's the right answer, instead of just one shot blurbing it out. Remember, 2 years ago, when we started working with ChatGPT, a miracle as it was, many complicated questions and many simple questions, it simply can't get right, and it's understandably so. It took a one shot, whatever it learned by studying pre-trained data, whatever it saw from other experiences, pre-trained data, it does a one-shot, blurps it out, like a savant. Now, we have AIs that can reason step by step by step, using a technology called chain of thought, best of n, consistency checking, a variety of different path planning, a variety of different techniques. We now have AIs that can reason, break a problem down, reason, step by step by step. Well, you could imagine, as a result, the number of tokens we generate and the fundamental technology of AI is still the same.
Poon
Generate the
says
next
ready
token,
to look
predict
for
the next
peace.
token.
Yeah.
It's
I
just
don't
that the
think it's
next
as good.
token now makes
Like
up
I'm saying, I think
step
we
one.
kind of had a better idea than what
Then the
actually
next token
happened.
after that, after
And then
it
those Abbotts are running again.
generates step one, that step one has gone into the input of the AI again as it generates step two, and step three, and step four. So instead of just generating one token or one word after next, it generates a sequence of words that represents a step of reasoning. The amount of tokens that's generated as a result is substantially higher, and I'll show you in a second. Easily 100 times more. Now, 100 times more, what does that mean? Well, it could generate 100 times more tokens, and you can see that happening, as I explained previously. Or
There's
the
a number
model
of
is more
points
complex.
concerning ensuring
It generates
control over
10
possible
times more
ceasefire.
tokens, and in order for
Yeah,
us
oil,
to keep
bro,
the
they
model
pump faked everybody.
responsive,
Look.
interactive, so that
Like
we
I'm telling you, we got the first word, and it seemed like they were good, and then oil dropped without really, it was on that. Now look, as we're all figuring out, wait a minute, they're just doing a prisoner swap. Everything kind of just, oil's already popping back up. Yeah, so I think it was a dud. I think a lot of people were expecting a little bit more, but now it just is going to be Nvidia and everything else. So I got rid of all SPY plays. I took some losses, some small gains, and then I have one more QQQ, and then I just took profits on some other plays that were up too. So, yeah, not bad. But the SPY's been fucking with everybody. Now it's going to break out, but I'm done with it. But usually when I'm done, it's going to go crazy, so good luck.
we have to solve.
TXNM.
Where does the
Whoa,
data come
TXNM. That has to be a buyout.
Where does the data come from? And how do we not have
there
it
is
be
zero
limited
contracts.
by human in the loop? There's only so much data and so much human demonstration we can perform. And so this is the big breakthrough in the last couple of years. Reinforcement learning, verifiable results.
Did it give me one?
Basically, reinforcement learning of an AI as it attacks or tries to engage solving a problem step by step.
Yeah, I got one on
We have many
TNXM. I have no
problems that
idea
have been
how.
solved in the history of humanity
I might have overpaid,
where
though.
we know the answer. We know the equation of a quadratic equation, how to solve that. We know how to solve a Pythagorean theorem.
Oh, yeah.
The rules of a right triangle. We know many, many rules of math and geometry and logic and science. We have puzzle games that we could give it. Constraints.
Kremlin-backed idea of organizing ice hockey between Russia and U.S.
Like
what the fuck?
Sudoku. Those kind of problems, on and on and on. We have
all right, I made mine free
hundreds
already.
of these problem spaces where we can generate millions of different examples and give the AI hundreds of chances to solve it step by step by step as we use reinforcement learning to reward it as it does a better and better job. So as a result, you take hundreds of different topics, millions of different examples, hundreds of different tries.
I got a great
Each
one,
one of
bro.
the tries generating tens of thousands of tokens.
So I already made it
Put
free.
that all
I got
together,
a couple more,
we're
but
talking
they're
about
not.
trillions
I
and
wanna
trillions
sell
of
one
tokens in order to train that model. And now with reinforcement learning, we have the ability to generate an enormous amount of tokens. Synthetic data generation, basically using a robotic approach.
Bro, it won't fill me at
teach
the
an
bid.
AI.
That's so
The
stupid.
combination of these two things has put an enormous,
Bro, I've been scammed like this 3
enormous
times
challenge of
today.
computing in front of the
I think
industry.
they're starting to patch me.
And you can see that the
I
industry
literally
is
just
responding.
sold it into the bid,
This is what
and
I'm
then
about
it
to show
didn't fill
you
me. It filled it.
is
I sold. I put a
Hopper
limit 10
shipments
cents below the bid, and it didn't fill
of
me.
the top 4
and then they filled
CSPs.
somebody else, and now I'm still in it. I already got
top 4
one sold,
CSPs.
but fuck,
They're
dude.
the ones with the public clouds. Amazon, Azure,
What little
GCP, and OCI.
scammers.
The top 4 CSPs, not the AI companies, that's not included. Not all the startups, not included. Not enterprise, not included. A whole bunch of things not included. Just those 4. Just to give you a sense of
All right, well, I
comparing
got
the peak
some
year
sold.
of Hopper and the first year of Blackwell. Okay, the peak year of Hopper and the first year
SPY
of
working its
Blackwell.
way up.
So you can kind of see
We hit on that one,
in
though.
fact, AI is going through an inflection point. It has become more useful because it's smarter, it can reason. It is more used.
Again, White
You can
House
tell it's
leaders
more used
agreed
because
the
whenever you
movement
go
to peace will
ChatGPT these
begin
days,
with an energy and
it seems
infrastructure
like you have to wait longer
ceasefire.
and longer and longer, which is a good thing. It says a lot of people are using it with great effect. And the amount of computation necessary to train those models and to inference those models has grown tremendously. So in just 1 year, and Blackwell has just started shipping, in just 1 year, you could see the incredible growth in AI infrastructure. Well, that's being reflected in computing across the board. We're now seeing, and this is, the purple is the forecast of analysts about the increase of capital expense of the world's data centers, including CSPs and enterprise and so on. The world's data centers through the end of the decade, so 2030. I've said before that I expect data center build out to reach $1 trillion, and I am fairly certain we're going to reach that very soon. 2 dynamics is happening at the same time. The first dynamic is that the vast majority of that growth is likely to be accelerated, meaning we've known for some time that general purpose computing has run its course, and that we need a new computing approach. And the world is going through a platform shift from hand-coded software running
Future
on
with an improved bilateral
general-purpose
between U.S.
computers
and Russia has huge
to
upside. This
machine
includes
learning
huge,
software
enormous
running
economic
on
deals.
accelerators and GPUs. This way of doing computation is at this point past this tipping point. And we are now seeing the inflection point happening, the inflection happening in the world's data center build-outs. So the first thing is a transition in the way we do computing. Second is an increase in recognition that the future of software requires capital investment. Now, this is a very big idea. Whereas in the past, we wrote the software and we ran it on computers.
Him
In the
explaining
future, The computer's
capital
going to
investment
generate
for
the tokens
chips.
for the software.
It reminds me of the preachers
and so the
explaining
computer
tithing.
has become a generator of tokens.
He's like, we got to
not
really talk
a
about
retrieval
spending
of
on the
files.
future, you guys.
From
it's a very
retrieval-based
important
computing
thing.
to generative-based computing, from the
All right,
old way of
TXNM,
doing
whatever that was, it's
data
over.
centers to a new way of building
That
these
was fat.
infrastructure, and I call them AI factories.
Broadcom,
They're AI factories
I don't know, it
because
did this
has
yesterday.
one job and one job only, generating these incredible tokens that we then reconstitute into music, into words, into videos, into research, into chemicals or proteins. We reconstitute it into all kinds of information of different types. So the world is going through a transition in not just the amount of data centers that will be built, but also how it's built. Well, everything in the data center will be accelerated. Not all of it's AI.
KKR considers a bid.
This slide.
So it was a buy. That's what I was saying. That pop was too massive.
Is genuinely my favorite. And the reason for that is because for all of you who've been coming to GTC all of these years, you've been
White House,
listening to
two
me
leaders
talk
shared
about
view
these
that Iran
libraries,
should never
this
be
whole
in a
time.
position to destroy Israel.
This is, in fact, what GTC is all about, this one slide. And, in fact, a long time ago, 20
So literally, you're getting all these White House statements. I think people realizing you made some progress in peace, but it's very, very, very far off from a deal and any sort of ceasefire. So think about that. While Nvidia did the pop, and now it's selling the news, and then back to where it was in the morning. Meanwhile, SPY near the lows. Can't really look at the bonds anymore after that auction because now they're doing that. And yeah, here we are.
different quantum physics. You need all kinds of libraries and frameworks. We call them CUDA-X libraries, acceleration frameworks for each one of these fields of science. And so this first one is incredible. This is CuPy numeric. NumPy is the #1 most downloaded Python library, most used Python library in the
underlying
world.
conditions of
Downloaded 400
settlement
million
was
times
complete
last year.
halt of foreign military aid
cuLitho is
intelligence.
and CuPy numeric
Negotiations
is
to begin immediately in Middle East.
Zero change, drop-in acceleration for NumPy.
No, honestly, I think Putin's being just as unwilling to move as Mr. Zelensky. Because now, if he's saying you have to stop everything for us to do a ceasefire, he's asking for a lot now. He's not making a small ask. I thought it was going to be about Crimea. So Ukraine's asking for Crimea. He's saying you have to stop everything, any sort of support for Ukraine, which I'm sure Donald Trump agrees with, but it is a big ask. That's not an easy one.
Every company that has factories will have two factories in the future. The factory for what they build and the factory for the mathematics, the factory for the AI. Factory for cars, factory for AIs for the cars, factory for smart speakers, and factories for AI for the smart speakers. And so cuLitho is our computational lithography, TSMC, Samsung, ASML, our partners Synopsys, Mentor, incredible support all over. I think that this is now at its tipping point. In another 5 years' time, every mask, every single lithography will be processed on NVIDIA CUDA. Ariel is our library for 5G, turning a GPU into a 5G radio. Why not? Signal processing is something we do incredibly well. Once we do that, we can layer on top of it AI for RAN, or what we call AI RAN. The next generation
Walmart developed generative AI.
Radio networks will have
Wall-E?
AI deeply inserted into it.
Wall-E
Why
for
is it
merchants?
that we're limited by the limits of information theory? Because there's only so much information spectrum we can get, not if we add AI to it. cuOpt, numerical or mathematical optimization. Almost every single industry uses this when you plan seats and flights, inventory and customers, workers and plants, drivers and riders, so on and so forth, where we have multiple constraints, a whole bunch of variables, and you're optimizing for time, profit, quality of service, usage of resource, whatever it happens to be. NVIDIA uses it for our supply chain management. cuOpt is an incredible library.
I remember that movie, Smart House.
It takes what would take hours
banger,
and hours,
bro.
and it turns into seconds. The reason why that's a big deal is so that we can now explore much larger space.
UBS on the high, banks.
That we are going to open source
UBS, 2% pop
almost
again.
Everybody is using either Gurubi, or IBM CPlex or FICO. We're working with all three of them. The industry is so excited. We're about to accelerate the living daylights out of the industry.
They already 480'd them.
Parabricks for gene sequencing and gene analysis.
Monai is the world's
with leading medical imaging library.
No, they're scamming on those.
Multi-physics for predicting
there's only one
very
that's
high
available.
Resolution.
They've already fixed the chain.
Weather,
don't worry,
quantum,
that one's not that
Q.
crazy.
We're going to have
I put in an order,
first
didn't get filled.
quantum day here at GTC. We're working with just about everybody in the
all of them
ecosystem,
are chilled.
Either helping them
No rush on that,
research
but that's a big
quantum
pop.
architectures, quantum algorithms, or in building a
Dude, they scammed and then brought it back down, but I'm glad.
Accelerated quantum heterogeneous architecture.
They moved that one
really
before
exciting
got
work
trapped.
there. Q equivariance and Q tensor for tensor contraction, quantum chemistry. Of course, this stack is world famous. People think that there's one
it's
piece
still
of software
going.
called
That's
CUDA,
weird. Check UBS
but in
though.
fact,
the plays
on
are
top
super
of CUDA
weird, but
is
that thing
a
is
whole
moving.
bunch of libraries that's integrated into all different parts of the ecosystem and software and infrastructure in order to make AI possible. I've got a new one here to announce today. QDSS, our sparse solvers, really important for CAE. This is one of the biggest things
that one I'm punting.
that has happened in the last year. Working with Cadence and Synopsys and Ansys and Dassault.
Okay, SPY at VWAP too.
And
I mean, again, it's already 10:30.
All of the systems companies, we've now made possible just about every important EDA and CAE library to be accelerated. What's amazing is until recently, NVIDIA's been using general purpose computers running software super slowly to design accelerated computers for everybody else. And the reason for that is because we never had that software, that body of software optimized for CUDA until recently. And so now our entire industry is going to get supercharged as we move to accelerated computing. QDF, a data frame for structured data.
Look at the high ticker, fully gassed.
Drop-in acceleration for Spark and drop-in acceleration for Pandas.
I see this Sanofi debt.
And then we have Warp.
That's a decent pop. It hasn't faded yet.
Physics that runs
the premiums are
in
just odd.
Python library for physics for CUDA. We have a big announcement there. I'll save it in just a second. This is just a sampling of the libraries that make possible
Swiss
accelerated
financiers
computing.
swayed by UBS
It's
lobbying.
not just CUDA. We're so proud of CUDA. But if not for CUDA and the fact that we have such a large installed base, none of these libraries would be useful for any of the developers who use them. For all the developers that use them, you use it because, one, it's going to give you incredible speed up. It's going to give you incredible scale up. And two, because the install base of CUDA is now everywhere. It's in every cloud. It's in every data center. It's available from every computer company in the world. It's literally everywhere. And therefore, by using one of these libraries, your software, your amazing software can
Capital
reach
One
everyone.
and Discover now.
And so we've now
Remember, they sold off
the
yesterday.
tipping point of accelerated computing. CUDA has made it possible. And all of you, this is what GTC is about.
VIX dropping,
the
SPY
ecosystem.
going up.
All
The
of you made
Qs
this
are in the
possible.
green.
And so we made a
Everything
little short
else
video
is
for you.
lagging.
Thank you.
If you don't, you need an extra day of time. Any dailies are whacked.
To the
after these moves.
creators, the pioneers, the builders of the future, CUDA was made for you. Since 2006, 6 million developers in over 200 countries have used CUDA and transformed computing.
He's like, let me do
With
the voiceover.
over 900 CUDA-X libraries and AI models, you're accelerating science, reshaping industries, and giving machines the power to see,
But is this over?
learn, and reason.
I think it might be.
Now, NVIDIA Blackwell is 50,000 times faster than the first CUDA GPU. These orders of magnitude gains in speed and scale are closing the gap between simulation and real-time digital twins.
Oh, wait, bro. So they're saying it's an energy infrastructure ceasefire. Interesting. I don't think Ukraine has agreed to it, but I think that's what Putin wants first. So Putin laid a high ask, and then now he's saying that they're down for that. Yeah, that's weird. Because again, like I'm saying, the interpretation of this today been back and forth. Even again, Bloomberg was saying we don't know when we had reports, and now you're getting this back and forth. So we'll hear Trump later, but it seems like that's what they're trying to push now. Energy infrastructure ceasefire before anything.
In my 33 years doing this, one scientist said to me, Jensen, because of your work, I can do my life's work in my lifetime. And boy, if that doesn't touch you, well, you got to be a corpse.
Well, thanks, because of your work, I get fucking pumped and dumped by algorithms.
So
Jensen.
This is all about you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to talk about AI.
It made me better.
But you know, AI started in the cloud. It started in the cloud for a good reason, because it turns out that AI needs infrastructure. It's machine learning. If the science says machine learning, then you need a machine to do the science. And so machine learning requires infrastructure, and the cloud data centers had infrastructure. They also have extraordinary computer science, extraordinary research, the perfect circumstance for AI to take off in the cloud and the CSPs. But that's not where AI is limited to. AI will go everywhere. And we're going to talk about AI in a lot of different ways. And the cloud service providers, of course, they like our leading edge technology. They like the fact that we have full stack, because accelerated computing, as you know, as I was explaining earlier, is not about the chip. It's not even just the chip in the library, the programming model. It's the chip, the programming model, and a whole bunch of software that goes on top of it. That entire stack is incredibly complex. Each one of those layers, each one of those libraries
started in the
is
cloud
essentially like SQL. SQL, as you know, is called in-storage computing.
Okay.
It was the big revolution of computation by IBM. SQL is one library, just imagine. I just showed you a whole bunch of them. And in the case of AI, there's a whole bunch more. So the stack is complicated. They also love the fact that CSPs love that Nvidia CUDA developers are CSP customers, because in the final analysis, they're building infrastructure for the world to use. Wow. And so the rich developer ecosystem is really valued and really deeply appreciated. Well, now that we're going to take AI out to the rest of the world has different system configurations, operating environment differences, domain-specific library differences, usage differences. And so AI, as it translates to enterprise IT, as it translates to manufacturing, as it translates to robotics or self-driving cars,
KBSX,
or even companies that are starting GPU
runner.
clouds. There's a whole bunch of companies, maybe 20 of them.
Yeah, the premiums,
started during
they were more responsive.
The NVIDIA time.
That's the thing.
And what they do is just one thing. They host GPUs.
So today was way better than yesterday, because like I was telling you, the premiums were responding. What just happened? They just they just ran out the clock. That's it. The premiums are working perfectly up until this started, to be honest. Because then right when this started with the headlines, you got your pops and drops, but then this burned 2 hours by not going anywhere. That's why I said they hate you on this. To bring you down, bring you back up, that fucked up the balance because that took 30 minutes. Then another drop and pop in 15, another new low, back up, new low, back up. They just ran out the clock. That's why I say my plays with time for tomorrow, they're all doing great. Those are holding up. The ones on the daily that were very attractive because there was some good prices and they were moving, now you just ran out of time. That's it. Now you're just going to be, depending on where you're at now it's almost 11. So you got to factor that in. But other than that, that's the only choppy part. So if you're playing for tomorrow, I think you'll be good. But if you're on today, you just got to end up in the money plus break even or whatever your price is.
Your job, adapting the radio signals, the massive MIMOs, to the changing environments and the traffic conditions? Of course it would. Of course we would use reinforcement learning to do that. Of course MIMO is essentially one giant radio robot. Of course it is. And so we will, of course, provide for those capabilities. Of course, AI could revolutionize communications. You know, when I call home, you don't have to say but that few words, because my wife knows where I work, what that condition's like. Conversation carries on from yesterday. She kind of remembers what I like, don't like. And oftentimes, just a few words, you communicated a whole bunch. The reason for that is because of context and human prior knowledge. Well, combining those capabilities could revolutionize communications. Look what it's doing for video processing. Look what I just described earlier in 3D graphics. And so, of course, we're going to do the same for Edge. So I'm super excited about the announcement that we made today. T-Mobile, Cisco, Nvidia, Cerberus ODC are going to build a full stack.
Clap louder.
Well, AI is going to go into every industry. That's just one. One of the earliest industries that AI went into was autonomous vehicles. The moment I saw AlexNet, and we've been working on computer vision for a long time, the moment I saw AlexNet was such an inspiring moment, such an exciting moment. It caused us to decide to go all in on building self-driving cars. So we've been working on self-driving cars just in the car.
Why'd they cut me out?
But sometimes it's just in the car, or they use all of our software in addition. We work with the car industry however the car industry would like us to work with them. We build all three computers, the training computer, the simulation computer, and the robotics computer, the self-driving car computer, all the software stack that sits on top of it, models and algorithms, just as we do with all of the other industries that I've demonstrated. And so today, I'm super excited to announce that GM has selected Nvidia to partner with them to build their future self-driving car fleet.
Wow. GM, remember I told you there was some news with GM? Yeah, now it's going up.
The time for autonomous vehicles has arrived.
I thought it would be negative.
And we're
but there it
looking forward
is.
to building with
It
GM.
snitched. I was like, why is that
AI
moving?
in all three areas.
Oh, I don't know if I'm going to
AI
play
for
that, but you're popping.
so they
The
can
premiums
revolutionize
are
the way they
honestly caught off
manufacture.
guard.
AI for
Oh, now
enterprise,
they're adjusting
so they can
them.
revolutionize the way they work.
And now it's back down.
Design cars and simulate cars, and then also
I already
AI
made
for
mine
in the
on
car.
TNXM. I did
So
good on that
AI
one.
infrastructure for GM, partnering with GM, and building with
So yeah,
GM
watch
their
GM.
AI.
That's
So I'm
being
super
announced
excited about
right
that.
now.
One of the areas
We had a clue.
that I'm deeply proud of, and it rarely gets any attention, is safety. Automotive safety. It's called halos. In our company, it's called halos. Safety requires technology from silicon to systems, the system software, the algorithms, the methodologies, everything from diversity to ensuring diversity, monitoring and transparency, explainability. All of these different philosophies have to be deeply ingrained into every single part of how you develop the system and the software. We're the first company in the world, I believe, to have every line of code safety assessed. 7 million lines of code safety assessed. Our chip, our system software, and our algorithms are safety assessed by third parties that crawl through every line of code to ensure that it is designed to ensure diversity, transparency, and explainability. We also have filed over 1,000 patents, and during this GTC, and I really encourage you to do so.
So
is
lending
to go spend
tips just
time
texted me.
in the Halos.
It is no
workshop
longer
so that
safe
you
to
can see
drive this
all of the different
Cybertruck.
Things that comes together.
I'm
to
leaving a
ensure
shopping center.
that cars
A
of the
guy
future
walks
are
up
going
to
be
the
safe
front and
as
does
well
not
as
move.
autonomous.
He
And so
then
this
flips
is
me off
something
and
I'm very
stands
proud
there.
of. It rarely gets any attention, and so I thought I would spend the extra time this time to talk about that. Okay, NVIDIA Halos. So, 1 million. 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 1 milli All of you have seen cars drive by themselves. The Waymo robo-taxis are incredible. But we made a video to share with you some of the technology we use to solve the problems of data and training and diversity so that we could use the magic of AI to go create
I mean, people
AI.
are just stupid because, like, I get it. You should pick on me. I'm small. But, like, LT is fucking massive.
Nvidia is accelerating
Beyond the
AI
truck.
development
That's just
for
a poor
AVs
choice.
with Omniverse and Cosmos.
That's why I'm like, what?
Cosmos prediction and reasoning capabilities support AI-first AV systems that are end-to-end trainable with new methods of development. Model distillation, closed-loop training, and synthetic data generation. First, model distillation. Adapted as a policy model, Cosmos's driving knowledge transfers from a slower, intelligent teacher to a smaller, faster student inferenced in the car. The teacher's policy model demonstrates the optimal trajectory, followed by the student model learning through iterations, until it performs at nearly the same level as the teacher. The distillation process bootstraps a policy model, but complex scenarios require further tuning.
But I'm not
Closed-loop
that much
training
of a nerd,
enables
but,
fine-tuning of policy models. Log data is turned into 3D scenes for driving closed-loop in physics-based simulation using Omniverse neural reconstruction. Variations of these scenes are created to test a model's trajectory generation capabilities. Cosmos Behavior Evaluator can then score the generated driving behavior to measure model performance. Newly generated scenarios and their evaluation create a large dataset for closed-loop training, helping AVs navigate complex scenarios more robustly. Last, 3D synthetic data generation enhances AVs' adaptability to diverse environments. From log data, Omniverse builds detailed 4D driving environments by fusing maps and images, and generates a digital twin of the real world, including segmentation, to guide Cosmos by classifying each pixel. Cosmos then scales the training data by generating accurate and diverse scenarios,
Duh, that makes sense.
closing the sim to real gap.
Oh, yeah, this is bad for Mobileye.
Omniverse and Cosmos enable AVs to...
The algos figured it out before me. I should have thought about it. Mobileye. Yeah, Mobileye, remember, they were like the leader in all of the auto shit in the beginning. And then it moved to LiDAR, and then Tesla started doing shit, and then Nvidia. But, yeah, Mobileye is just losing off of this. Anything with self-driving shit.
Nvidia is the perfect company to do that.
Not Mobileye.
Gosh, that's our destiny. Use AI to recreate AI. The technology that we showed you there is very similar to the technology that you're enjoying.
You gotta use AI to make AI.
To take
That's
you to a
the dream.
digital twin we call Nvidia. All right, let's talk about data centers.
Okay, so watch anybody related to data centers. Mobilize the victim, though, after that last one. Oh, you guys better clap or you're going to get pissed.
Gaussian splats, just in case. Gaussian splats. Well, let's talk about data centers. Blackwell is in full production, and this is what it looks like. It's an incredible, incredible, you know, for people, for us, this is a sight of beauty. Would you agree?
Maybe watch Amazon. Good take.
This is, how is this not beautiful? How is this not beautiful? Well, this is a big deal.
Because most beauty is not man-made, Jensen.
We
That's
made
why.
a fundamental
if you really want the
transition
answer.
in computer architecture.
Tech guys don't like that,
I just want you to know that, in fact, I've shown you a version of this about 3 years ago. It was called Grace Hopper, and the system was called Ranger. The Ranger system is about maybe about half of the width of the
LMT
screen.
and RTX popping.
And it was the world's first NVLink 32. 3 years ago, we showed Ranger working, and it was way too large, but it was exactly the right idea. We were trying to solve scale up. Distributed computing is about using a whole lot of different computers working together to solve a very large problem. But there's no replacement for scaling up before you scale out. Both are important, but you want to scale up first before you scale out. While scaling up is incredibly hard, there is no simple answer for it. You're not going to scale it up, you're not going to scale it out like Hadoop. Take a whole bunch of commodity computers, hook it up into a large network, and do in-storage computing using Hadoop. Hadoop was a revolutionary idea, as we know. It enabled hyperscale data centers to solve problems of gigantic sizes.
I'm over it.
And using off-the-shelf computers. However, the problem we're trying to solve is so complex that scaling in that...
I'll be here when you solve it. But that's it, baby. I'm done. I'm done. Time to go. Time to go. Philo time. So, market just dancing around. You got a lot of peace drama, which was kind of odd. Again, like I was telling you, I think the premiums are moving great today. It just, that little burn right here, this wasn't the premiums. They moved with it. They just ran out of time. So, we'll see, but it's time for Philo, baby. So, unfortunately, it will be members only. And again, you guys can listen to it afterwards. So, don't ever make that mistake. You can listen to the Philo on your own time. But for right now, during live, it will be members only. So, we're going to move on over. I will see you there, and God bless America. Thank you to the veterans, baby. And, yeah, so you're getting some movement there. But peace.